Yeah, it is not. You pretty
Yeah.
much have to.
I go to DCA. Yeah, DCA.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you for attending. Christina, would you please call roll to establish a quorum for us?
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Barely?
That's better.
Better, okay. Good morning. Christopher Jones,
Here.
Wendy Strack,
Here.
Susan Friedman,
Here.
El Ortega,
Here.
Kelly Ronasinghe,
Here.
John Sovek,
Here.
Freebie,
Present.
Dr. Annette Walker,
Good morning, present.
and remotely Justin Huft. Is Justin with us? Justin Huft, are you with us?
This is the moderator. We have
is a
Justin
yes.
online. Hold on just a moment, please.
Thank you.
There you go.
Justin, we've sent you a request to unmute. Justin, will you please unmute again?
Unmuted.
What's that? Justin, I'm calling roll. Could you confirm your attendance?
Confirm Justin Huft, LMFT member.
Thank you. For the record, Lorez Bailey and Dr. Nicholas Boyd are absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you. The purpose of this meeting is to conduct a public hearing of proposed regulations brought forth by the Board of Behavioral Sciences. Today is Thursday, May 8th, 2025. The time is 9:02 a.m., and this hearing is being conducted in person in Sacramento, California, and online via WebEx. The regulation proposal was filed with the Office of Administrative Law and has been duly noticed. Copies of the proposed regulations have been sent to interested parties. The proposal would amend section 1811 of Division 18 of Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations to remove all references in the current regulations to registered referral service and registered MFT referral service. Require all registrants to include in any advertising that they are supervised by a licensed person, and permit the use of a nickname or former legal name in an advertisement if the full name as filed with the board is also included in that advertisement. If any written comments have already been received on the proposal, they will be made a part of the permanent record. It is not necessary to provide written comments previously submitted during this hearing. The amount of time each person has for oral testimony will be limited to 2 minutes. If you are a remote participant and wish to submit written testimony, type into the chat, "I would like to submit a written comment," along with your email address. Next, email your written testimony immediately to bbs.rulemaking@dca.ca.gov. If you would also like to testify due to time constraints, it is recommended that written testimony be summarized orally and not read verbatim into the record. If you are in person, please provide your comments, whether oral or written or both, when I call participants forward to testify. If you agree with another person's testimony, you may simply indicate your agreement on the record and need not repeat the prior testimony. After the hearing closes, the board will discuss and act on comments received during the written public comment period and the hearing. Therefore, the board will not respond to objections or recommendations at this hearing. All final responses will be included in that final statement of reasons that will be filed with the Office of Administrative Law and posted on the board's website. A complete copy of the rulemaking file will be available for review at the board's office in Sacramento, California. After all commenters have testified, the hearing will be closed. It is requested that you do the following when you testify. Clearly identify yourself and any organization you represent, if any. Identify the specific portion of the regulation that you are addressing. Is there anyone here in person who wishes to testify or submit written comments?
Testing. Okay, can you hear me okay? Okay, good morning. My name is Shanti Ezrin. I am the State Government Affairs Associate with the California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists. Thank you for having this public hearing today on the regulatory action regarding advertising. I just want to voice 2 comments that we've already provided via written submission during the public open comment period. The first is about clarifying full name of the licensee or registrant in any advertisement. It is unclear just with the full name if that is also to include the individual's middle name, so clarification around that will help avoid any confusion and unintentional violation of this requirement. And then second, our comment is related to guidance and sample advertising formats for the new proposed provision that permits the use of a nickname or formal legal name in any advertisement. We understand that this is a permission, it's not a requirement, and would just appreciate additional resources from the board, such as updates to its licensee and registrant advertising fact sheet to sample how that might look like if the individual chooses to list a nickname or formal legal name. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from our participants in the audience? All right, thank you. Now we will take testimony from our online participants.
All right. We are now taking public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. For our mobile device users, you have 3 different screens and only one of them has a hand button, so you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... and cycle through the 3 different pages in order to find your hand. As stated previously, and we will show occasionally on screen, if you need to make a written comment, please tap the chat button in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, and type the word comment. Let us know that you're going to send an email immediately to bbs.rulemaking@dca.ca.gov. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. At the moment, we have no requests online for public comment.
All right, thank you, moderator. Since no one else wishes to provide comments, let the record reflect that it is now 9:08 a.m. and this regulation hearing is closed. Again, thank you for your attendance and participation. Moving on. All right, next on the agenda is the discussion and consideration of comments received during the 45-day public comment period and at the regulation hearing and proposed responses thereto for the board's rulemaking to amend CCR Title 16, Section 1811, and the adoption of the amendments to CCR Title 16, Section 1811, advertising. Christy, could you please guide us through the discussion?
Yes. My mic, okay, it's on. Good, good. Thank you. Okay, at the September 2024 meeting, the board approved regulatory changes pertaining to advertising regulations. We noticed it to the public March 14th, 2025, and the comment period ended April 28th. The board received 4 written comments as summarized below, and which are provided in their entirety in the attachments. Staff recommended responses to the comments are also provided below. The original board approved language showing the recommended changes as a result of the comments is provided in attachment A for the board to consider. Board staff and Regulation Council recommend the board approve the following proposed responses to the comments below. As you heard, Shanti Ezrin from CAMPT submitted a written comment. Christy, do I need to repeat it since he,
I think you can just refer to the materials where it summarizes the comments, but
Okay.
they largely reflect what was stated here today at the public hearing, correct?
Yes, exactly. So the first comment, it was in regard to clarifying what full name means in the context of what needs to be in an advertisement. The board does accept this comment as it relates to licensee confusion and about what needs to be in that advertisement. What do we mean by full name? So we're recommending that we clarify full name as being their first name, last name, and any middle name and or suffix of the licensee or registrant. However, the board declines to make the recommended change of striking full name and replacing it with first and last name. The board requests the full name of its applicant on its initial application for registration or licensure to verify the identity of the applicant and to ensure accuracy in the licensing process. Requiring the licensee or registrant to provide their full name as filed with the board in advertising ensures the public has the complete and accurate information about an individual's license status so the consumer can make a fully informed decision about their mental health care. The board believes this amendment fulfills CAMP's request to ensure the language provides clearer guidance to practitioners while ensuring that complete and accurate information is provided to the public about who is legally authorized to practice. Licensees or registrants who have questions about how their full name as filed with the board should be listed on any advertising should access the board's license lookup feature on the board's website entitled Verify a License, which shows the full name as filed with the board. The second comment relating to the guidance and sample advertising formats for listing the former name and nickname, the board declines to make any changes due to this comment as it was merely a request for the board to update its advertising fact sheet. The fact sheet simply recites the requirements of the existing Section 1811 and other related statutes and provides sample formats for advertising consistent with Section 1811. The sample formats are suggestions and not the only methods for meeting the requirements, so the board does not consider the fact sheet relevant to this regulatory proposal. The board will revise the fact sheet consistent with the amendments once the regulations have been approved.
Can I just add that I think you all got a copy of the current fact sheet as Camp referenced in their comment. And one thing that I thought was missing was the disclaimer that those formats are not the only way to comply with the regulation. So we've requested, legal has requested that that disclaimer be placed on the fact sheet so people don't think that the board requires the advertising to be like that format example in every case, which would be regulatory. But this is not the case. These are just some examples because the board gets a lot of questions from people like, well, how's that supposed to look, or what has been accepted? These are examples of formats the board has accepted from other people who have had questions about their advertising. So it was just a way to help allow people to get more information in an easily accessible format. It wasn't intended to be regulatory. So that, just want to state that for the record.
Thank you for clarifying that. Our second comment comes from Natalie Chen, LMFT. In an email to the board, the commenter stated that they strongly oppose the proposed change in Section 3G, allowing registrants and to disclose past nicknames and legal names. She states that having folks use former legal names is dangerous for trans folks who have changed their names and is not necessarily for confirming the identity of the provider. At best, the wording is unclear and will lead to trans folks being pressured to share dead names, and at worst is blatantly transphobic. At the very least, update the wording to ensure the protection of those using new legal names to not disclose dead names to avoid possible outing and digital database that could target transgender registrants. The board rejects this comment and declines to make any changes to this comment. Staff believes the commenter is referring to proposed subsection G, which states, in addition to including the information required by subsection A, which is including the full name, a licensee or registrant may use a nickname or formal legal name to advertise services. If a nickname is used, the nickname shall not be false, fraudulent, misleading, or deceptive. The comment appears to be a misunderstanding, as subsection G does not require the use of a nickname or formal legal name in advertising, but permits it should the licensee or registrant choose to do so. An individual using a new legal name may simply use their new legal name in their advertisement once that new legal name has been filed with the board according to the requirements of the Business and Professions Code. We'll have a little more discussion about this because we have some similar comments that were received from a couple of other individuals or companies. From Dell Phoenix Wilcox, MSW, ACSW, we received an email from them stating that the proposal for the publication of nicknames and formal legal names in advertising is unfair to women who have been married and dangerous for transgender licensees. The publication of former names is already listed on the BBS website when looking up a registrant's license, which has been problematic for the transgender community by outing its members. It's unfair to women who have been married, especially those who have been married multiple times, because they may be targeted as immoral for multiple marriages, regardless of whether prior marriages ended in divorce or death. Men rarely change their name when getting married, making women the default gender group impacted by this proposal. Furthermore, this proposal may endanger transgender community members, as the transgender community is no longer recognized as valid by the federal government because of multiple executive orders issued since January 20, 2025, targeting the identities, activities, healthcare, and legal status of transgender individuals. As such, the publication of former names of transgender people on business websites other than the California government websites may make it easier for transgender licensees to be found in wide range searches of the internet and to be targeted for their identity. With the removal of protections for vulnerable classes by federal government, and this proposed regulatory action opens the door to many forms of discrimination and harm to members of the transgender community. This exposure is unnecessary, potentially harmful, and violates the state of California's commitment as a sanctuary state to vulnerable communities. It is only fair that the public has access to information regarding names under which a license has been held, and the BBS already provides this on its website. The only acceptable regulatory proposals regarding former names must take the safety and well-being of women and transgender community members into account. This proposed action does not meet these criteria. Similarly to our response for the prior comment, the board is rejecting this comment and declines to make any changes. We believe the commenter is also referring to proposed subsection G, which states in addition to including the information required by subsection A, a licensee or registrant may use a nickname or formal legal name to advertise services. The comment, again, appears to be a misunderstanding as subsection G does not require use of a nickname or formal legal name in advertising, but permits it should they choose to do so. I'm going to talk a little bit about Business and Professions Code, Section 27.5. A portion of that states, if a board receives a government-issued documentation as from a licensee or registrant demonstrating that the licensee or registrant's legal name or gender has been changed, the board, upon request by the licensee or registrant, shall update the individual's license or registration by replacing references to the former name or gender on the license or registration as applicable with references to the current name or gender. The documentation required or identified in either of the following is required to demonstrate a legal name change of a licensee or registrant. A certified court order, or both of them are different types of certified court orders, or any of the following documents to demonstrate a gender change. Actually, the board does not record gender, but the law specifies if we did what the documents are. The proposal would not affect any licensees or registrants' ability to request removal of references to their former name or gender and replacement of their former name or gender with the current name and gender as specified above. Rather, this proposal is limited to authorizing a licensee or a registrant, if they so choose, to use their former legal name or nickname in advertising if the licensee or registrant also includes in the advertisement their full name is filed with the board. If a nickname is used, shall not be false, fraudulent, misleading, or deceptive. These conditions enable the use of a former legal name or nickname, but prevent the advertising from being considered false or misleading, since the full name as filed with the board will also be required to be listed in advertising. This avoids conflicts with the existing law that prohibits provision of statements to the public that are unlawful, including any statement or claim that's false, misleading, or deceptive. There's a section of law here that specifies what false, fraudulent, misleading, or deceptive means, and under what conditions these statements would make the advertising non-compliant. So those are listed there for you. Using a name other than the full legal name as filed with the board in advertising is currently neither lawful nor authorized by the law. This proposal would allow advertising under other names under specified conditions. This would ensure a balanced approach of allowing the use of formal legal names or nicknames while ensuring that consumers are not misled as to the licensee or registrant's legal identity with the board or their qualifications based on the definition or criteria provided in law. But again, this proposal would not require a licensee or registrant to use a nickname or formal legal name in advertising. It would also not prevent a licensee or registrant from using the legal process available for changing their name in the board's records, and then using their changed name in advertising alone without reference to their former legal names. The next comment is from Robert Gamboa, MPP, Associate Director of Public Policy, and Joey Espinoza Hernandez, Director of Policy and Community Building, on behalf of the Los Angeles LGBT Center. In an email from Robert Gamboa with an attached letter to the board signed by Joey Espinoza Hernandez received on March 24th, the commenters stated that this policy creates serious concerns for the safety, privacy, and well-being of mental health professionals, particularly those who are transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming. The proposed amendment, which would require registrants to disclose that they are supervised by a licensed professional and clarify when a licensee or registrant may use a nickname or former legal name, has the potential to force clinicians to use their dead name or inadvertently disclose their transgender or non-binary identity. This not only violates their right to privacy, but also puts them at risk of discrimination, harassment, or even violence. Furthermore, the policy could discourage LGBTQ plus individuals from entering or remaining in the mental health profession, exacerbating the shortage of affirming providers available to serve our communities. The commenter also requested a hearing. The hearing was scheduled for today at the request of this commenter. However, the board rejects this comment and declines to make any changes due to this comment. Again, like prior comments, we believe the concern is related to the proposed addition of subsection G, which talks about the licensee or registrant may use a nickname or formal legal name in their services. So trying to think if I can shorten this a little bit, but again, everyone who advertises their services, it has to include the full name of the licensee or registrant as filed with the board. As discussed in the responses, the law allows a licensee or registrant to notify the board of a name and/or gender change and request confidentiality of the previous name or gender information when meeting certain specified requirements. By law, once the licensee's name or gender is updated, the former name or gender will not be published online, except that if a public search of the online license verification system is performed using the licensee's former name, a statement will appear in connection with the search, directing the public to contact the applicable licensing board for more information about the licensee. As noted above, subsection G does not require the use of a nickname or formal legal name in advertising, but it permits it. With respect to the proposed requirement that a registrant include in advertising that they are supervised by a licensed person, this change would simply provide additional notice of the individual's status as a supervisee and would not require any further personally identifying information. It's simply a statement that informs the public that the individual is not yet fully licensed and has nothing to do with the registrant's name. With respect to any comments received during the hearing, after the hearing closes, this is the opportunity for board members to discuss whether to accept or reject the comments received and determine appropriate responses to comments received during today's hearing, and if any, which there were none, and to consider any staff recommendations. The public will also be given an opportunity after board member discussion to comment on the board's discussions and any proposed motions that the members make regarding the comments received or the proposed regulatory language. Okay, we didn't get any emails for written comments, so we can move on to the staff recommendation. So we have proposed motion language. We have two options here. Option number one is if the members agree with the staff recommended responses. Option number two is if the members have any edits or disagree and wish to accept comments or make any other changes to the responses. So that's the recommendation for Part A of this agenda item, which is response to comments. So let's stop there, I think, and then so the discussion at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Christy. That was appreciated. Sorry, apparently I'm choking over here. Are there any comments from our board members? Nope. How about from Justin, our remote board member? Nope.
No comments. Thank you.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion? We're doing that first. We're doing the motion first. Would anyone like to make a motion? John?
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed modified regulation text for CCR section 1811 as set forth in attachment A.
Oh, I think we're
still on the comments.
Yeah, we're still on
motion.
Part A. So it's there's two recommendation sections. So move to the one that's just
Hold on.
prior to that. Yeah.
Wait, I can do this. If someone else is on that page, they can make the motion. I'll be totally fine. So this is on 3.8.
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to move to direct staff to proceed as recommended to specify to provide the responses to comments as indicated in the staff recommended responses.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, Wendy. Any questions or comments from the audience?
Hello again. My name is Shanti Ezra and I'm with CAMT. Just want to really thank the board. Thank you, Christy. Thank you to the rest of staff for your work on the proposed advertising regulations and for considering our comments and making modifications to clarify what is meant by full name in any advertisement. We do get a lot of questions about this pretty repeatedly, so I think the clarification here will definitely alleviate any confusion. And then we also appreciate, Christy, your clarification on the disclaimer for the fact sheet. And thank you for your commitment to updating the fact sheet once the regulations are updated and promulgated. I think that will definitely continue to be a really useful resource for our members, especially the the sample format for some of these pieces around the permission to use a nickname or formal legal name. So once that's updated, we're happy to continue to use it as a resource and share it out with our members. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Christy.
This is Christy Shield, Regulations Counsel. In addition to what Ms. Berger provided with respect to the full name issue, so we want to make sure that when someone advertises, if someone types that name into the license lookup feature, that it matches. And so that's one of the reasons we don't recommend revising the requirement to provide the full name as filed with the board. I do also want to make sure that people understand that it's whatever you filed with the board. So some people may just give their first and last name as their full name. And if that's how they're licensed, that's what they'll be advertising under. So we want to make sure that whatever you submitted to the board in which you were issued a license under is what is put in the advertising, so that when people look up your name, it matches. So that's the making sure we close the loop on that and make sure that the public knows who they're working with. Any questions on that? There is a statute, also BPC section 4990.13, which authorizes the public to rely on information as it is displayed on the board's internet website. So I think that goes to, the same is true for licensees looking up perhaps how they filed their name with the board, if that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from our audience in the room? All right. Moderator, will you open the line for comments from our online participants?
We are now open for public comment via WebEx on agenda item 3 and the motion. If you'd like to, the motion for A, if you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand. And as a reminder to our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... in order to find your hand. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, thank you, moderator. All right. Christina, would you please take the vote?
Dr. Annette Walker,
Yes.
Susan Friedman,
Yes.
Kelly Ranasinghe,
Yes.
Wendy Strack,
Yes.
Christopher Jones,
Yes.
John Sovek,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
Eleanor Uribe,
Yes.
Justin Huft.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Now we move on to portion B of this agenda item, which is the adoption of amendments to section 1811. So that the amendments to the proposed regulatory text is shown in attachment A, and so to consider whether to approve it as written or to suggest changes to the proposed modified text. After any review and any discussion, there are two motions. Motion A would be if the board has no suggested changes for the proposed modified regulatory text, or motion B would be to be used if the board does have suggested changes for the proposed modified text.
Any comments from the board? Do we have a motion?
Dr. Walker, thank you. I'll make a motion to accept motion A. And should I read that out?
Yes.
I can read it if you like.
Well, great.
No worries. I always feel bad on these, they're so long. Approve the proposed modified regulation text for CCR Section 1811 as set forth in Attachment A, and direct staff to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process, including preparing modified text for notice of a 15-day public comment period. If after that 15-day comment period, the board does not receive any objections or adverse recommendations specifically directed at the modified text, the notice, or to the procedures followed by the board in proposing or adopting this action, authorize the executive officer to make any non-substantive changes to the proposed regulations and rulemaking file, and adopt amendments to Title 16 CCR Section 1811 as set forth in Attachment A.
Thank you. Do I have a second? All right, I will second. Any further discussion from the board?
I have a comment.
Yes.
Yeah, I just for our public consumers, I just want to remind them that this information, we went over a lengthy discussion period and getting all the information updated to you. Just to remind them that this information is available on our website. I quickly just went there and it's so easily accessible thanks to staff. If they just go under board meetings, they'll see the agenda and all the items clearly listed in order. And so if they want to review this information that was very thoughtfully and carefully prepared for us today, they can do so at their convenience at any time.
Thank you, Dr. Walker.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any comments from our participants in the audience? Any comments from our remote participants?
WebEx is open for public comment on agenda item 3B as in Bravo. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Christina, would you take the vote?
Dr. Annette Walker,
Yes.
Susan Friedman,
Yes.
Kelly Ronasinghe,
Yes.
Wendy Strack,
Yes.
Christopher Jones,
Yes.
John Sovek,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
Eleanor Uribe,
Yes.
Justin Huft.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay. Next on the agenda is suggestions for future agenda items. Are there any future agenda item suggestions from our board members? Justin? Nope. Are there any members in the audience that would suggest a future agenda item? Are there any members of our remote audience that would suggest a future agenda item?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And it looks like our first request is coming from Shannon Krotz. Hold on just a moment, please. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 15-second warning before your time expires.
Hello. I would like to request that the board expand the policy of how associate clinical social workers may earn their supervised experience hours. Specifically, MSWs who are undocumented, including those with DACA status, are often unable to obtain W-2 employment due to federal work authorization restrictions. While they're not excluded from the path of licensure, they're effectively limited to accruing through unpaid volunteer roles, which is an undue financial and logistical burden on these individuals. Allowing supervised hours to be earned through 1099 arrangements would offer more equitable and inclusive path toward licensure. This change would not only support undocumented professionals, but also others who would benefit from flexible employment options, such as parents, caregivers, individuals with disabilities, and those in underserved rural areas. I urge the board to consider a revision as a step toward greater equity in our profession. I'm a lecturer at CSULB, and this was brought to my attention through a policy analysis assignment from some of my graduating new MSWs. And I see how we could be missing out on some very valuable future LCSWs by making it too difficult for specifically DACA youth to expand their hours. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was our only request for public comment via WebEx.
All right, thank you, moderator. Next on the agenda is the public comment for items that are not on the agenda. I will now open for public comments for items that are not on the agenda. As a reminder, the board may not discuss or take action on any matter raised during this public comment section, except to decide whether to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Each commenter will have 2 minutes. Do any board members have comments that for items that are not on the agenda? Justin? All right. Are there any comments from our participants in the audience? Are there any comments from our remote participants?
We are now open for public comment via WebEx for items not on the agenda. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And it looks like our first request is coming from Katz Diaz. Hold on just a moment, please. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
I hope I'm doing this at the right time. This is my first PBS meeting. But thank you to the board for your work. And I'd like to request maybe a future agenda item for the board to explore ways to ensure that lived experience, particularly related to marginalized identities such as race, disability, gender identity, sexual orientation, can be ethically acknowledged and reflected in professional advertising, bios, and practice descriptions. I believe this would support both clinician authenticity and consumer access to culturally responsive care. And if also examples of how this could be advertised would be provided as well, I think that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. We did the future agenda items before, but we'll take note of that and put that request in for you. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry.
Okay. Thanks for participating.
And that was our only request for public comment for this agenda item.
All right. Thank you, moderator. And with that, this part of the meeting is closed, and we are going to move on to our petition hearings. We need to take a break? Yep. All right, let's take a break. Be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
This is the moderator. I want to thank our online guests for your patience. We should be getting started shortly.
All right, thank you, everybody. Welcome back. We're going to switch the agenda up just a little bit and get through a couple of short agenda items before we move into the petition hearings. So we're going to start with our consent calendar. So this is agenda item, I believe it's 11. 11. Yep, agenda item 11. Discussion and possible approval of the February 27th, 28th, 2025 board meeting minutes. Does any member wish to remove or edit any items from the consent calendar? All right, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Dr. Walker, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar for February 27th through to the 28th, 2025 board meeting minutes.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Susan. Any comments from our public? Any comments from our remote participants?
We are open for public comment on agenda item 11, the consent calendar. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of your screen. Dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Christine, would you please take the vote?
Dr. Annette Walker,
Yes.
Susan Friedman,
Yes.
Kelly Ronasinghe,
Yes.
Wendy Strack,
Yes.
Chris Jones,
Yes.
John Sovek,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega.
Yes.
Eleanor
Yes.
Uribe,
Yes.
Justin Huft.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Christina. Next on our agenda is the Workforce Committee update. Steve.
Good morning. So the Workforce Development Committee met on April 4th, 2025, and there's a couple of agenda items that we discussed. The first was restructuring the licensure pathway for all our LMFTs, LPCCs, and LCSWs. We are considering several potential amendments to the licensing process, and the overall intent is to reduce barriers through the licensure pathway. And staff have recommended a three-phase approach to restructuring the pathway, focusing primarily on phase 1 at this meeting. Phase 1 is what we're trying to do is have phase 1 go in for a legislative proposal by January 2026. Some of those items that we're looking at for the phase 1 approach, phase one, sorry, is adjusting the timeline of the clinical exam and the California Law and Ethics exam, setting a 7-year age limit on exam scores, extending the time for registration numbers from 6 years to 7 years, so they can have an extra time to gain supervised hours. Adding an exception to the prohibition on working in a private practice with a subsequent registration number, removing obsolete language that is currently in our statutes, and clarifying acceptance of out-of-state clinical exam scores. Phase 3, there was concerns with Phase 3, and the Phase 3 portion of that is reducing the amount of supervised hours that you would need to get into the clinical exam. The committee urged staff to consider moving that forward as fast as possible. And in the end, a motion was passed and directed staff to finalize Phase 1 language and apply the changes to LCSW and LPC statutes because we were looking strictly at the LMFT just to get the language going. Update the LEP regulations to extend experience hour validity from 6 to 7 years, and return the draft language to the Policy and Advocacy Committee for further consideration, and that will happen in July. Additionally, we discussed an education survey for educators and associates, and this is to gather input on the current education and practicum requirements for LMFT and LPCC licensure. 2 draft surveys were presented for discussion, one for educators, which was covering education requirements, practicum, program approvals, and general feedback. The second survey was for students and registrants, covering preparation for licensure, practicum access, and general feedback. A motion was passed to direct staff to finalize and distribute the survey in May 2025, and the findings will be reported to the committee at the next meeting in July. And that survey is actually going to go out on Monday. We also did an overview of the action plan, and we incorporated deliverable dates and edits for both short-term and long-term goals. And that is the report.
Thank you, Steve. Are there any comments from our board members? Dr. Walker.
Other than this big smile on my face, thank you for the work that you've put into this. And I appreciate the timeliness of you getting information out to the public and to the rest of us. So good work. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any comments from our participants in the audience? Any comments from our remote participants?
We are open for public comment via WebEx on agenda item 12. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. As a reminder to our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... in order to find your hand. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request via WebEx, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. And at this time, we can begin our petition hearings. Today, the proceedings will be conducted by Judge Marcy Larson. Good morning, Judge. The meeting is yours.
All right, good morning. So the first thing I want to do is just to confirm that each of our petitioners are here. And I'm going to be stating the names in the order in which your hearings will be called. Mr. Simpson and Ms. Santos. Mr. Davos? Am I saying that correctly? Davos? Davalos, yes, thank you. And then Mr. Johnson. Yes, all right, good. So when I call the first hearing, which will be Mr. Simpson, and Mr. Simpson, you can go ahead and have a seat. I'm asking the other petitioners to please listen to the instructions that I'm giving for the hearing. Because there's 4 petitions today, we have a lot to get through. So rather than repeat the instructions each time, I'll just ask that you listen to the instructions so that you know what to anticipate when your hearing is called. Of course, if you have any questions during your hearing regarding the process, you can, of course, ask me. But by doing the instructions once, it will make things go more smoothly. All right. All right. Before Mr. Simpson, we get started, it looks like Do you have the exhibits with you today? You do. Excellent. Okay, good. All right. In just a moment here, then, we are going to go on the record, which means our court reporter will be taking down everything that's being said, just so you can anticipate what's going to happen as we will go on the record. I will announce the case. I will have our court reporter state her name and her CSR number for the record. I do that each time. For the first hearing, I'll have each of the board members state their name and establish a quorum. I will then explain how the hearing will proceed this morning. All right? Yes? Okay, good. All right, as soon as our court reporter tells me she is ready. Yes? All right, on the record. Morning, we are on the record as May 8th, 2025, in the matter of the petition for early termination of probation by Jimmy Simpsons II. This is case number 2002-023-000-752. OH case number 2025-040-350. My name is Marcy Larson. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings, presiding over the matter this morning. We are here at the date, time, and location of the notice of hearing, and I will ask our court reporter to please state her name and her CSR number.
I'm sorry, could we ask you to speak into the mic? Can't hear you. I don't think it's on. I don't think it's on.
She
Okay.
records it for herself.
Did everyone hear? No, we have some no's. Could you just repeat it and speak up a little? Thank you.
This is the moderator. The microphone is definitely not on.
Sure. Yeah, if we can, do you have the microphone? Is it not on? Okay.
Testing, yeah, it's working. Good morning, my name is Maria Esquivel Parkinson, CSR number 10621.
All right, this matter is being heard before the Board of Behavioral Sciences, Department of Consumer Affairs, State of California. I'm going to now ask that our board members state their name for the record, starting to my right with our president.
Chris Jones, LEP member, board chair.
John Sovak, LMFT, pronouns he, him.
Abigail Ortega, LCSW member.
Eleanor Uribe, LCSW member.
Wendy Strack, public member.
Kelly Runasinger, public member. Kelly Runasinger, public member.
Susan Friedman, public member.
Dr. Annette Walker, public member.
And we have a quorum. Right.
Justin Huft, LMFT member.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I forgot we had somebody on WebEx. Good morning. Yes. All right. As I explained before we went on the record, I'm going to briefly go over how the hearing is going to proceed this morning. And then if anyone has any questions, you can ask me at that time. I'm going to first ask that the Deputy Attorney General state her appearance for the record.
Anahita Crawford, Deputy Attorney General, appearing on behalf of the people of the state of California pursuant to Code Section 11522.
And Mr. Simpson, you are representing yourself today, and you understand you could have had an attorney represent you at your own expense, and you're choosing to represent yourself. Right. So we're here today because you have filed a petition for early termination of probation. You have the burden of proving that your probation should be terminated early. The way that the hearing will proceed is that Ms. Crawford will present the exhibits in this matter. I confirmed before we went on the record that you have the exhibits in front of you.
Yes.
So I will have her go through and identify all of the exhibits. She'll identify the exhibits by number, and I'll ask that she just go through each one. At the end, after she's done identifying the exhibits, I will ask you if you have any objections to any of the exhibits. If you have an objection, you just tell me, and then I'll ask you why, and then I'll make a decision about whether or not the document will be admitted into evidence and considered by the board. After Ms. Crawford has addressed the exhibits and given the board a brief overview of the history of discipline of your license, I will then swear you in, and then you can provide the board any testimony you want them to consider for purposes of issuing their decision. Understand, of course, that they have the benefit of all the documents you've submitted in support of your petition. So you don't necessarily need to read from those, but if there are documents that you want to highlight for the board that contains important information, you can certainly direct them to those documents. After you are done testifying, I will ask Ms. Crawford if she has any questions for you. And then I will ask our board members if they have any questions for you. Now, you can object to a question that's asked of you. And again, if you have an objection, you just tell me, but you have to have a legal basis not to answer a question. But that being said, if you have an objection, please let me know.
Okay.
All right. After all of the evidence has been presented, I will ask Ms. Crawford and Mr. Simpson if you have any closing remarks for the board. And then once we are done with closing remarks, the matter will be submitted to the board. You will receive a decision sometime in the future.
Okay.
During this proceeding, I cannot give any legal advice, but if anyone has any questions about the procedures, please ask me, and if I can answer the question, I will. All right, any questions before we get started?
No.
No. All right, Ms. Crawford, if you would please give the board a brief history, an overview of the history of discipline in this matter.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The petitioner was licensed as an associate marriage and family therapist for 6 years and has been licensed as a marriage and family therapist since January of 2023. In September of 2019, petitioner drove a vehicle while intoxicated with a blood alcohol content of 0.26 and was convicted in August of 2020. In November 2019, petitioner drove a vehicle while intoxicated with a blood alcohol content of 0.23% and was convicted in May of 2021. And in March of 2020, petitioner drove a vehicle while intoxicated with a blood alcohol content of 0.22% and was convicted in May 2021. On July 5th of 2019, petitioner was found to be in possession of methamphetamine. During the time of these incidents, petitioner was a registered associate marriage and family therapist, and that registration canceled on October 31st of 2022. When petitioner applied for a licensed marriage and family therapist license, that application was denied based on the above convictions, and a statement of issue was filed on November 7th of 2022. The statement of issues additionally alleged disciplinary considerations, which included 7 prior convictions, including DUIs dating as far back as 2001. A stipulated settlement was entered into, became effective in December of 2020, and the petitioner was issued his license, which was placed on probation for 5 years until January 4th of 2028. A little less than 3 years remain on that probationary period. Petitioner is requesting early termination of his probation. He was ordered to comply with a mental health evaluation, psychotherapy, supervised practice, alcohol and substance abuse education, a dependency support program, abstain from drugs and alcohol, and undergo fluid testing. He is fully compliant with his probation, but has not quite completed his repayment of costs. Your Honor, I can move on to the exhibits.
Please do.
Exhibit 1 is the case summary memorandum to the board from the probation analyst. I would like to mark and introduce that as Exhibit 1.
So, Ms. Crawford, I'm just going to have you go down through the list and
Okay.
identify each. And then at the end, Mr. Simpson, I will ask if you have any objections to any of those exhibits.
Okay.
So if you could just follow along as Ms. Crawford identifies the exhibits.
Absolutely.
Exhibit 2 is the notice of hearing for today's hearing date. Exhibit 3 contains the license and registration history certification for the petitioner. Exhibit 4 is petitioner's petition for early termination of probation. And Exhibit 5 are the rehabilitation documents and letters in support of the petitioner's petition, which he submitted. Exhibit 6 contains the psychotherapy information sheet and release of information. Exhibit 7 is the supervised practice information sheet and release. And Exhibit 8 contains the underlying documents, which are the statement of issues and stipulated settlement.
Right, Mr. Simpson, have you reviewed the exhibits that make up exhibits 1 through 8?
Yes.
Do you have any objections to
No.
any of those exhibits?
No.
No, no objection?
No objection.
Right, exhibits 1 through 8 are admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have any further exhibits or evidence to introduce and would reserve on questioning the petitioner.
All right, Mr. Simpson, I'm going to now swear you in. If you would please stand. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under a penalty of perjury that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Please state and spell your name.
Jimmy Terrain Simpson, Jimmie, Terrain, Terangi, Simpson, Simpson.
All right, Mr. Simpson, just a few ground rules to remember as you're testifying. We have a court reporter here, as you know.
Okay.
Her job is to take down everything that's being said verbatim.
Okay.
So it's important to keep your voice up so that we can hear you and that she can hear you, and to speak a little more slowly than you would in a conversation.
Okay.
Sometimes when we're speaking in a narrative, we speak fast. And so just be mindful of just going slowly.
Okay.
Eventually, when you're done with your testimony, Ms. Crawford will have an opportunity to question you. So it's going to be important that you listen to her question, give just a brief pause before you answer that question so that you don't speak over each other. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may begin.
It's on me?
It's, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is-
I thought you was gonna ask me some questions.
Well, she will eventually, but you get to start by sharing any,
Share my statement?
any information. And so you have a prepared statement?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to give you another caution, which is when we read, tend to read very quickly.
Okay.
So just go slowly as you read.
Okay.
And that will help ensure that, that the board all can make sure that they hear everything that you're saying and that our court reporter can keep up with you, all right?
Okay.
Okay, you may begin.
Okay. Well, to start off with, on the beginning of my journey of recovery, prior to receiving the stipulation settlement, I voluntarily admitted myself into the First Step House of Orange County. And with that, it's an inpatient program. It starts off with a 10-day detox. And within that 10-day detox, it was a mandatory every day going to meetings, mandatory get up in the morning, do your chores. And it's a mandatory that we do not go into our room to lay down or anything. So we had a curfew within the program of not going to our room. The curfew was 10 o'clock. So we had to stay downstairs and engage and collaborate with each other that's in the program, go over book studies, talk to the alumni that comes through. Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Collaborate with each other, do book studies, talk to alumni that come by the house.
And you don't need to look at her. You just need to speak into your microphone.
Okay, I'm a little nervous. I
I know.
apologize.
Just
I apologize.
take a deep breath and just speak into the microphone and just,
All right. And from there, after the 10 days of detox, I had a choice whether to go into their sober living program or whether to go home. And I decided to go into the sober living program. And within the sober living program, it's a group of men in one house, mandatory 3 meetings, mandatory group, mandatory individual counseling. And from there, I stayed within that program approximately a year. I developed an exit plan. And during that exit plan, one of the things, well, during the time that I was in the sober living, one of the things was getting a get well job.
I'm sorry, a what?
A get well job, as they call it.
Yeah, keep that microphone a little
Okay.
closer. That's much better. Thank you.
Most definitely. A get well job. So at that time, I was unfortunately was unable to practice as a therapist. So one of the jobs I obtained was being a mover. So I was hired to assist some of the guys that that had a job as a mover to move individuals out their homes and relocate them. The second get well job was I was at a cashier at a barbecue place at Newport Beach, which was very humbling because I never worked in such industries before. So on May 12th, 2021, I ended up moving independent to independent living, which means I went to go get I was able to obtain my own apartment. I stayed close to the recovery community. I didn't move out of Orange County and go back to Compton. I was able to save up enough money from those get well jobs to move myself in and have first and last month's rent. That was taught to me before I move out. Make sure you have first and last month's rent and a little savings, so just in case if something was wrong. So I ended up following those instructions and was able to transition into independent living. And then following this, I successfully completed all court mandated DUI programs and took additional steps by consistently attending Alcoholics Anonymous. When I did exit out the program, I still continued to go to meetings, work with my sponsor, and during that time, I ended up getting at least 3 sponsees. So I am a sponsor. I sponsor other guys in the program. And these meetings have been instrumental in teaching me accountability, humility, and the importance of personal growth. And beyond these measures, I have engaged in both individual and group therapy to better understand the psychological and emotional factors that contributed to my behavior. Additionally, I have committed to weekly random drug and alcohol testing, which when I was in the program for as the First Step House, I still had to do random drug tests there, which has consistently confirmed my sobriety and underscores my commitment to a healthy and responsible lifestyle. I am proud to report that I have maintained 5 years of continuous sobriety. During this time, I have worked closely with a sponsor who has been a guiding force in my life that has been a good support for me as I'm going through my journey. And through this, I still stay in connection with the program. I go back and I give back. And also for the newly enrolled guys, I assist them with washing the clothes. I assist the program with washing the bed linens of the guys that's coming in, because a lot of them, they come off the streets and a lot of them need some assistance. And due to short staff, I still come volunteer my time. And a lot of times on the weekends, I do go and I sit down just like the alumni did with me when I was in there. I sit there with the new guys and still talk to them about my experience with the host, how it was for me coming through the house, and what was it like when I was out there in my addiction. And I have taken proactive steps to rebuild trust and demonstrate my ability to practice competently and ethically. I have engaged in supervised practice under the mentorship of experienced professionals, ensuring that I adhere to the highest standards of ethical and safe practice. So outside, because I currently work at a clinic, Department of Mental Health in San Pedro. So outside, due to the stipulation order, I had to have outside supervisor. So I also had my supervisor that I was in the clinic. So I was also having 2 supervisions during this time. So I just wanted to point that. And my program director and my supervisor are very supportive with me during this time also. So I'm very transparent with them, and I allow them to, well, I actually would, inform them about everything that was going on with me so they could be a part of this. Okay. And at work, I also, I work and I collaborate and I go and I engage with, we have a consultation group, a peer group. So a lot of our colleagues that at 4 o'clock on Tuesday, we gather up and we talk about different cases, things that might be challenges with different cases or clients. And last but not least, I deeply regret my past actions, but I am profoundly grateful for the opportunities they provide for self-reflection and growth. Today, I approach my work with renewed mindfulness, responsibility, and dedication to the well-being of those I serve. I am confident in my ability to practice safely and competently, upholding the highest ethical standards in all areas of my life. And one thing I want to add is that during this process, it was a long process. And one thing I did learn is that not to take things for granted. One thing I understood is that this license is actually a privilege. And the position that I hold, a lot of people don't make it. Whether they either struggling for taking a test or unable to get through school. So I'm very grateful for the probation due to the fact that it allowed me to sit back, to reflect on my life, understand what is important and what is not, how to prioritize things in my life. Because one thing I didn't reflect on is the journey of how I got to this point to even become a licensed therapist. And it was a long work, but that work that I was going day by day, going to school and doing all these things, it wasn't impacted upon me. It was just something I was going through the motions. But when I was faced with this is a career. It's not just a job. And my whole life could get snatched up from under me just off bad decisions that I'm making. And I truly understand it now. I truly understand it now because Lord knows, where I would be, if I didn't have this license or if I lost this license. And for the board, you guys didn't have to put me on probation. You could have just said, hey, you know what, get out of here, and revoked my license. And I'm looking up and I'm looking crazy. And I have to sit back and say, Jimmy, you done did it again. So it's definitely a lesson, an expensive lesson, but that is truly in the forefront of my mind. And with that, I'll leave it there. But I appreciate you ladies and gentlemen on the board, for at least giving me a second chance. I say at life, because with that was read by the Attorney General, it's like, whoa, hold on, brother. Like, slow your roll, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Crawford, any questions for Mr. Simpson?
Yes. Mr. Simpson, are you currently on any criminal probation?
No.
When did your last criminal probation end?
I believe it's a couple years ago.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And when was the last time you used any substances, alcohol, or drugs?
April 12th. No, April 20th, 2020.
What is the significance of that date?
That's my, April 21st is my sobriety date.
I see, okay. Does it correlate with any of your convictions or anything that was happening to you at that time?
That date?
Yes.
No. That's when like I said, my sobriety date, and that's when I walked through the doors of the First Step House of Orange County.
Okay. So that's when your treatment began.
Yes.
And you said that you are still engaged with that program?
Yes, I am.
Are you somewhat of a alumni at this point, or an alum at this point?
Yes, I am.
So what are some of the other things you do there as an alum?
I hold book studies.
Okay.
I do panels. A lot of times what the program does, it gathers up a couple of guys, alumni and guys from the program to go to different recovery homes and share our experience with the host to the newcomers.
Mhm.
And that's what I do too.
And are the recovery homes associated with this program?
They're associated, but we have some in San Pedro, we have some in Orange County, we have some in Los Angeles. It's just whatever program calls the First Step House. Hey, do you have a couple guys to come talk to the new guys? And they'll gather us up.
Couple of guys from,
Oh, a couple of guys from the house.
just remember, yeah, just
Okay.
get a little closer to the microphone.
All right,
Bring
appreciate
it
it.
a little closer to you. Thank you.
Okay. Couple of guys from the house.
And you said you do panels. What do you mean by that?
That's what they're called. They're called panels. So it's three guys that will sit in front of the program of guys. It might be 12 or 20, and each guy will share their story. And what we call it is experience, strength, and hope.
It's what?
Experience, strength, and hope.
Okay.
Experience, strength, and hope.
Yes. Mhm.
How many days or hours a week do you commit to this program?
I commit at least 3 hours a week.
And is that spread over the week, or is it just in one day?
In one day, what happens on Saturday? Before I go to my Saturday morning meeting, I'm in an accountability group with 5 other older gentlemen, and we meet from 7 to 8. And then from 9 to 10, we go to the meeting. And then from 10 on, I'll go to the house of what I call First Step House. And I'll either talk to some guys. If the cook needs some help in the kitchen, I'll assist them in the kitchen. If they need help in enrolling new guys, I assist with that. So from 11, I say I get out of there probably like about 3 sometimes, and then from there I go to the gym and then go home.
So is this program something that you've integrated into your life as a consistent thing, or is it something you're just doing while you're on probation?
No, I was doing this before I was on probation, so it's already ingrained into my lifestyle.
And it's something you intend to continue?
Oh, most definitely.
You've spoken a little bit about the journey that you've come to realize that might have led you to some of these DUIs.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what you realized along this journey about your substance use?
Is that I'm an alcoholic. One thing I did realize is that during this time, I had a lot of unresolved grief and loss. At the age of 13, I lost my mom due to a brain tumor, and it was very traumatic to me. The thing that I can remember is out of nowhere, she she went to go use the restroom and started screaming and didn't know how to get off the toilet. I instantly ran into the bathroom. I didn't know what was going on. I ran into the room and grabbed my father and said, "Hey, Dad, what's going on?" Thing I can remember is that me and my father had to pick my mom off the toilet, drag her to the bed, call 911, get the ambulance there. They took my mom. They took my mom to Kaiser. They said she had 98% chance to live, but they have to take the tumor out of her head. And they said the tumor was bigger than a grapefruit. At that time, I had a lot of resentment because my mom always had issues with headaches. And I always remember her going in the room, it's dark, pitch black, and we're taking her back and forth to the hospital. Nothing's wrong, but all of a sudden this day, we had to pick her up off the toilet. And to go along with that, she didn't even know me or my father's name. So with that being said, we took her to the hospital. They did the surgery. I remember me and my little brother, we had a twin bed, and my father bought a hospital bed and placed the hospital bed in between our beds. So when she come home, she had a bed. I remember they brought her home, laid her in the bed, and every morning before I used to go ride my bike to school, I used to kiss her on the forehead. Well, this next morning, I get up, I try to kiss her on the forehead. She was hard as a rock. She was no longer there. And all I could remember was she had a smile on her face. And for so long, I remember they tried to take me to therapy, and I didn't want to do no drawing, and I didn't go to therapy. I was like, man, you know what? I'm okay. But going through life, I wasn't. Because at that time, to me, my mom was my best friend, because any Pop Warner, any sports or whatever, she was there. She was there in the stands. We had a good time together, I would say. So from that, I had a lot of resentment. I was angry with God for a long time. I felt abandoned. And I also felt betrayed. And with all these emotions, they were within me, and I carried these emotions through relationships. Whenever I felt betrayed, or whenever I felt that I was getting done wrong, or whenever I felt abandoned, these emotions would arise, and they would hinder me being there for the person that I'm with. So prior to these DUIs, I was in a 6-year relationship, and I was engaged to get married. A year before the marriage, a year before we was going to get married, she decided she wanted to step out. So when she stepped out of the relationship, she also moved out of the relationship, which set me there with a 3-bedroom home, didn't know what to do. And I tried to get a second job at Amazon, but I couldn't keep up, and I went into a deep depression. And those feelings that I initially described to you from my mom's passing, I felt those same feelings. And at the time, I didn't know what to do. But today I have, like I said, a sponsor, a core group of guys that I can run my thinking by before I go do anything. I'm aware of the triggers of this disease in order for me to stay and maintain my sobriety.
Prior to probation, did you eventually go into therapy to address the feelings you just described?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what progress did you feel you made in therapy prior to you going into therapy for probation?
The only therapy that I engaged, I didn't feel, because I did an outpatient, and this is one of the reasons why I voluntarily admitted myself into First Step House. I did an outpatient at Kaiser. And for me, it wasn't structured.
Mhm.
Uh, and I was able to go into Kaiser and just say anything really, and wasn't able to be able to, they couldn't keep me accountable. So to answer your question, prior to that, I didn't learn anything. And during that time, I had lost my house and I became homeless for at least like 6 months. And I said, I got to get it together. And then that's when I went into the First Step House and started receiving also therapy there. But they was able to keep me accountable, keep me with a structured environment, because I had lost that structure and I had to get that structure back. In order for me to do that is I have to start from ground up to make sure that it becomes a habit. And that's the reason why I stayed a year at that program, so I can maintain that structure. So I can integrate back into society slowly and be able to handle what comes towards
Mhm.
me.
And it sounds like First Step House is a very large part of your support structure. Outside of that, what are some other support structures that you have in place?
Outside of that, like I said, I have what we call old timers that's been in the program for like 20, 30 years. Um, I'm in the accountability group with them, as I was mentioning. The other support I do have is, like I said, the rooms of the Alcoholics Anonymous. So I have that community. So I go to different meetings. I just don't go to the meetings at First Step House. When I'm out there in San Pedro, I go to meetings over at um, the Beacon House,
Mhm.
and I engage some of those guys. And then a lot of my support system also comes from the gym. So that's where another piece of my life, as far as the healthy lifestyle. I understand eating healthy, understanding exercising, having a routine, um, and just having a group of men and women that's in the gym striving for the same thing that could keep you accountable to coming to the gym and to stay active and to keep, my mind fresh and sharp. And obviously my father. My father's a real big support, and my job. My program director, the supervisors that's there, my colleagues, they're very supportive. Um, so yeah, most definitely.
And they're aware of your situation and your journey?
Of course.
Okay. You did engage in therapy as part of probation. What were some of the goals you had in mind when you started therapy
Prior probation,
during probation?
during probation. Um, to be honest, when I started, I was just like, okay, because I was already sober. So when I entered therapy, I was like, okay, so what are we going to talk about? And luckily enough, the therapist that I did have, she was in the program, and she kept me accountable. So what is going on emotionally with you? Um, are you talking about what's in your mind? And one of the things, I was always complaining about the probation. And she was telling me, well, Jimmy, you did it. Get over it. It's the consequences. So we need to just take the next indicated step. So we actually explored those feelings and those thoughts. And it came to the point where she asked me, where is my foundation? And a lot of times our foundation comes from our higher power. And we start to dive into that as far as where is the faith of you having within your higher power to assist you with this situation, and how do you accept your responsibility and your consequences of this situation. So that's one of the things that we talked about. Then we explored relationships. Since then, I haven't been in no relationship. Right now, I'm not even thinking about no relationship. One of the things that I know within my life that I need to not go into a relationship with baggage, but to be stable. So we talked about that, and just we talked about the 12 steps, uh, pretty much, and continually to take inventory as far as myself um, on a daily basis and make sure that I'm not offending people, and if I am offending people, to make amends. We explore um, whether or not if I'm having resentments um, during the week, and if so, what is it? And if you do have a resentment, what part do you play in it? So it's always resorting back to myself. So that's one of the things.
So your sobriety and your efforts to protect that sobriety is clearly a big part of your life. Can you tell us about other aspects of your life, the less heavy aspects
Mhm.
that are also part of your life that you've been able to engage in that don't necessarily have to do with your sobriety? You've told us about the gym being a big aspect of your
Right.
life, your work. Are there friends, family, gatherings, just anything outside of how involved you are in your programs?
Friends, I keep a small circle.
Hmm.
Um, to be honest with you, I only have like about 3 friends I might engage with. Um, Going out, um, I kind of like don't go out. Um, but far as my colleagues at work, we might, go to lunch or anything else like that. But I'm a firm believer in you are who you hang out with. Um, and coming from where I come from, you got to be very cautious.
Where are you presently living? What city?
I'm living in Orange County. I am originally born and raised in Compton.
Okay. You did move back there for a while, and then you moved back to Orange County?
Right.
Okay. Moving to your practice, how long did you have a supervisor for your practice as part of this probation?
All this time.
The entire time?
I'm sorry, say that again?
All this time. Yes.
Did you find it helpful?
Almost definitely. Yes.
In what ways?
Um, well, since I had 2 supervisors, the one at the clinic and the one that was ordered for me to have by the probation. My supervisor at the clinic, we talked about more of the administrative stuff. The one outside of the clinic, we talked more about um, like engagement, self-disclosure. We talked more about court order clients as far as resistance. So with her, we dealt more with the clients per se, and how to uh, pretty much approach them and meet them where they're at. Because a lot of times I want more for them than they want for themselves. Um, and a lot of times I catch myself chasing a client and trying to make them accountable or help them to be accountable for their actions, but they're not there yet. So a lot of times I would express that to the supervisor. She's like, Jimmy, what are you doing? Just meet them where they're at. They're not there where you at. You got to remind yourself that, remember when you first initially got sober. 'Cause I work with a lot of substance abuse clients and homeless clients. And so it's been helpful. I would say she calls me out on things that I'm doing wrong. She's very straightforward.
You also mentioned you work on self-disclosure with her. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, over and under. A lot of times I might get a client that is in the program for first off, and a lot of times they're telling their story and they feel like they can't do it. And sometimes I talk to them about where I come from and how I overcome addiction. And a lot of times they're not ready for that, and it probably scares them off because of the change and the work that it takes uh, to get to having this sobriety. So sometimes I'll overshare that. And then sometimes I undershare. They could be in the program for 6 months, and a lot of times they'll talk about what we call the fourth step. And a lot of times what I notice is that within the fourth step, some of them don't do the deep dive, do the core issue work. And sometimes I don't share that with them because I feel that because a lot of people are not ready for the deep dive of the core issues, and I allow them just to move on with just the columns per se within the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. So sometimes I do need to step up and share that information with some of those clients also.
So you're trying to find that sweet spot of when to share about
Yeah,
yourself.
yes.
Self-disclosure. Okay.
Ms. Crawford, I just want to remind you, it's almost 10:50, and I want to make sure there's plenty of time for the board members to ask questions. And
Okay.
we have 3 more petitions, so just be mindful of the time, please.
Can you tell us during your probation if there was a particularly difficult or stressful circumstance in your life that you were able to handle effectively versus how you would have handled it in the past?
During my probation here,
Mhm.
I would say with the probation is very expensive. Um, and a lot of times I didn't have the money to pay rent. Um, and instead of going out and just crying about it, I actually had to swallow my pride and ask for help. Um, and that's what I did. So I went to my dad, and a lot of times I don't like to go to him to ask for anything. But I swallowed my pride to ask for help with that, and asked a couple of guys in the program for help. But with that, I didn't have to go out and use or had to go out and do something crazy in order to do that. And then, at the end of the day, it came to a point too where I learned how to understand that I'm powerless over different things. And if I was unable to do that, what would be my next step? And a lot of times it's just taking that next step of and understanding, hey, if you're unable to pay your rent, hey, the next step is just to move out and see where you can see if you can stay with pops again or your father again. And that's a lot of times when I look at situations, I don't too much try to overindulge of what I can't do, but what I can do. And if I can't do it, what is my next step, and accept the next step.
If your probation was terminated early, what services would you continue to participate in?
All of them. Except Well, the supervision, I'm still gonna have the supervision. I'm
Okay.
still gonna do, my meetings. Um, the drug test, I wouldn't, do. What else I got? The individual counseling, I'll still participate in that. I think that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you. So now I'm going to ask our board members if they have any questions, starting to my right with our board chair. And if you could remember to state your name for our court reporter.
This is Chris Jones, Board Chair. Mr. Simpson, thank you for your testimony. That was very compelling. I have no questions for you.
Okay.
John Sovek, LMFT. Hello.
Hey, John.
Hey, in your testimony, you identified that during this process, you learned what your triggers were. I was wondering if you could share with us what that knowledge base is. What are your triggers?
Boredom, loneliness, anger, and just being fatigued all the time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And in your written testimony, in your application, you used a thing about how you're going to be consistent in all this, and you use phrases like self-monitoring, adherence to best practices, and proactive measures. How do those three terms apply to these triggers you just identified?
Well, because self-monitoring, like I said, within the 12 steps, we do the 10, 11. So the 10th step is that we reflect daily at night. And what I do is before I lay my head down, I do the journaling. So I reflect on the back of my day, and I look out for those things. And then if they do pop up, what I do as far as the resentments, I call my sponsor. Hey, this is what came up on my 10th step. Hey, could you help me see my part, or could you help me what's going on? And I'll go over my 10 step with my sponsor, and he'll tell me, hey, you need to go make amends with them. You need to make amends with this person. And that's how I keep up far as understanding those triggers and staying consistent. And also my accountability group also. When we do that every Saturday, a lot of things that we do, we talk about personal, and then we talk about recovery. What are you doing on a personal basis, and what's coming up for you that week and stuff like that. So those are the things that helps me to self-monitor and keep and stay proactive.
Thanks. And could you remind me once again your sobriety date?
It's April 21st, 2020.
Thank you. No
Mhm.
other questions.
You are.
Hi,
Hey.
thank you for being here.
If you could just state your name, please.
Oh, yes, Abigail Ortega, LCSW Bummer.
Mhm.
Um, so I had a question about, um, I guess what's important to you right now that you're sober? Like what drives you? You mentioned like boredom, loneliness, right, being fatigued and anger, and just wondering, like you mentioned also having three main friends, right? Like close friends and
Right.
other people. It sounds like they're part of this accountability structure that you've created.
Right.
And so and also I heard at the beginning you sharing about like this is your career and how meaningful it is and it's a privilege, but just wanting to know a little bit more about like what drives you and you know outside of being sober, what's there.
Um, when I say three friends, they're outside of the program.
Yes.
They're normies, as we call them, right? So I still have friends within the program that I hang out socially, what we call sober fun. I mean, I still go to like sober dances, like say if the recovery home, they have sober dances. We go camping. We do these things. So I do socialize and get out. A lot of times with the normies, I would call, I don't hang out with them too much. I love exercising. So like majority of my time, I'll go to the gym. I'll exercise Monday through Friday. I'm kind of like a gym rat. I meal prep. What drives me is fitness. I love fitness. I love learning. Um, and one of the things is like, far as the probation, if I'm able to have this terminated, one of my goals is to become a substance abuse. I'll tell you my credentials as a substance abuse counselor, right? And also I want to start my private practice. I also want to it's a lot of things I do want to do, right? So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes. And I guess like I'm hearing a lot of things that you're, looking forward to creating within the structure of sobriety. And also just curious about like anything outside of that. So fitness, right, is one of the things you mentioned that, you're learning, working towards.
Well, because I taught during that time, I taught myself far as like the macronutrients. I didn't know nothing about no macronutrients, how much protein you need to take, the body percentage, the BMI. So I study a lot on fitness. So I take a lot of pride in what I'm doing. I never, before probation, I never meal prep. I never weighed my chicken 7 ounces, give you 60, grams of protein, get your carbs over here, get your veggies. So I never did none of that. So my excitement comes from that and going to the gym and hanging out, and going to some of the UFC fights or the amateur fights, because I work out at the UFC gym in Orange County, and going to seeing my colleagues that's in the gym go fight on the weekend and stuff like that. That kind of keeps me going.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then a little bit about do you know like any early warning signs of like of that you might be slipping? Um, I guess you did kind of answer that with the triggers, but have you been in a high risk situation and you had to use your relapse prevention plan lately or recently?
No, not recently.
Mhm.
No. Because part of my relapse plan is getting out that environment. Now, if I was living in Compton, I would be in a high risk plan. Um, Here in Orange County, where I'm at, like I said, it's a recovery community. I'm across the street from Orange Coast College, and like I said, I go to work, I work out, and I come home, and I might call some friends or whatever the case may be. Because one of the things with me, I understand that without recovery, none of this is possible. None of this. Um, and I truly, truly understand that.
Mm. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm Eleanor Uribe. And I was just curious, I know you said some of the triggers were being lonely, boredom, anger, fatigue. Have you thought about if you were to get into a relationship and sometimes in those relationships, it's almost like it's hard to escape, especially if you're living with the person. Have you thought about what prevention what would be different, or would there be a difference?
Well, with relationships, I would definitely not jump into it. I would definitely have to see, the mindset of the young woman. And one of the things, definitely be transparent with her, far as my what's going on with me, far as recovery and stuff like that. Another thing is just really communication, um, and just being open and honest, and try to work on building a healthy relationship.
So would you continue? It sounds like are you planning to continue doing the therapy long term? Is that what I'm hearing? Or I know you mentioned that you were going to continue doing therapy, I believe, after probation.
Well, for far as being a therapist, you definitely have to have a therapist, right? So when I said I would continue therapy, most definitely would check in, not as frequent,
Yeah.
but definitely still have a therapist. But far as in a relationship, I mean, we both have to be on the same page, far as what is going on with both of us. Yeah.
Okay, and last one is, do you have a particular step that resonates with you, that you really stick to, that this is like one that I really enjoy or lean on?
Fourth step. Made a fearless moral inventory of ourselves. That's the meat and potatoes. I believe of the 12th step came to find a.
Mr. Yeah, there we
Okay,
go.
I'm sorry. The fourth step made a fearless moral inventory of ourselves and others, of ourselves. I believe that's the main step of the meat and potatoes. And far as understanding your core issues and understanding what's going on within yourself and understanding your character defects, along with, coming to find a higher power, having a relationship with a higher power. So most definitely the fourth step, I would definitely say yes.
Okay, thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
Right now to my left.
Wendy Strack, public member, vice chair of the board. I just want to thank you for sharing your journey with us and talking about some difficult topics. And I don't have any further questions at this time.
Kelly Renisinger, public board member. I also want to thank you for your compelling testimony. I have no questions.
Susan Friedman, public member. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have one question. You used the word disease, and you also said, coming from where I come from, you have to be cautious. But I'm wondering if, when you think back to those times where you hung out with some of those friends, do you miss any of that ever?
No,
No.
no, not at all. And I'm gonna explain why. I'm gonna explain why. Because I don't have to look over my shoulder, right? I don't have to be in a state of anxiety all the time. I don't have to worry, right?
Talk into the microphone.
And I don't get arrested.
Talk into the microphone, please.
And I don't get arrested.
That's the good part.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Mr. Simpson. Thank you, Judge. Dr. Annette Walker here. I value your time and your testimony today. Thank you so much for some of the personal things that you shared to help us get a bigger picture of your sobriety and where you've been and where you are today. So I appreciate that. Several times you mentioned the word accountability, and I appreciate that. My question is, it's around the process, this whole process. You seem humbled, and to use your own words, by the lengthy process of recovery. So tell me a little bit about this process. Not in depth, but is there something about the process possibly moving forward? Because I think you're a few years into your probation and there's a few years remaining. The future goal or projected date is January of 2028.
Yes.
So we're talking about, yeah. So there's some time there. So what is it about the process that you would change or you see that would benefit you in doing differently?
And
In your probation, you're here
my
to.
probation.
Yeah.
The process I would change right now would be the drug test. And the supervised practice.
Mm-hmm.
And then the reimbursement. Because I think the meetings I'm doing already, and individual therapy, and then probably less frequency of it's once a month far as the psychotherapy, but definitely like couple of months, I could check in with a therapist and not
Okay,
once a
make sure
month,
you're in that mic
and not
there.
once a month, but pretty much those would be the things.
Okay, you said reimbursement.
Right, because it's $1,200 a year. Um, and a lot of times it's difficult
Mm-hmm.
on the finances. It's very, very expensive. Um, so it'll give me some type of financial freedom, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Peace of mind. Yes.
Okay, just so that we're completely transparent here, there's a cost to you of $6,000 and you've paid, or is that what we're referring to? No,
Mm-mm.
the reimbursement. So I don't want to get,
Well,
Mr. Simpson, are you referring to the probation monitoring costs?
yes, yes, yes. That's what I'm referring to. I'm
okay,
sorry.
thank you,
I
Judge.
apologize.
Okay, no, I just wanted to be clear.
Okay.
Okay, no, you've answered my questions. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Mr. Huft is with us on WebEx. Mr. Huft, do you have any questions for Mr. Simpson?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
All right, any further questions? All right, if there's no further questions, then we will proceed with any closing remarks. Ms. Crawford.
I don't have any closing remarks, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, anything in closing, Mr. Simpson?
No, ma'am.
All right, matter submitted, Ms. Crawford?
Yes.
Matter submitted for the board's consideration, Mr. Simpson? Yes.
Yes.
All right, matter submitted, record is closed, we are off the record. All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Judge. We'll take a 10-minute break and then begin with our next petitioner.
And the next petitioner is Ms. Santos.
All right, everybody, we're going to continue with our petition hearings. Judge, the floor is yours.
Mike's up. In just a moment here, we're going to go on the record. I will announce the case. I will have you both announce yourselves for the record and we will get started. As soon as our court reporter tells me she is ready, she is ready. All right, on the record. Good morning. We are here. It is May 8th, 2025. It's 11:19 a.m. in the matter of the petition for early termination of probation by Kelsey Lee Santos. This matter is being heard before the Board of Behavioral Sciences, Department of Consumer Affairs, State of California. This is case number 2002-021-002-749. OAH case number 2025-040-345. My name is Marcy Larson. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings presiding over the matter this morning. Our board members have previously identified themselves for the record, and we do have a quorum. Will the Deputy Attorney General please state her appearance for the record?
Anahita Crawford, Deputy Attorney General, appearing on behalf of the people of State of California pursuant to Government Code Section 11522.
Right, and Ms. Santos, you are representing yourself today, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna have you scoot just closer to the microphone, please. And so
Yes.
okay, perfect. And you understand you could have had an attorney represent you at your own expense,
Yes.
and you're choosing to proceed on your own behalf.
Yes.
And you were sitting in the audience during the previous hearing, correct?
Yes, correct.
And so you understand the process the hearing will proceed, manner it'll proceed in today, correct?
Yes.
I want to confirm that you reviewed all the exhibits in this case?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Crawford, if you would please give the board a brief overview of the history of discipline in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor. The petitioner practiced as an associate clinical social worker from 2019 until 2023, when she was issued a licensed clinical social worker license. An accusation was filed on August of 2022 due to petitioner's conviction of a DUI in February 2022. Her blood alcohol content was 0.17%. Petitioner also failed to timely report her conviction to the board. A stipulated settlement, which became effective in January of 2023, was adopted, placing petitioner on 3 years of probation. Petitioner's probation is set to terminate on January 4th of 2026. A little less than a year remains on her probationary period. Petitioner is fully compliant with her probation terms, which included chemical dependency program, therapy, abstention from substances, and testing. Your Honor, I can move on to the exhibits, which I have also gone over with the petitioner, but I will also share my screen with her too.
Thank you.
Exhibit 1 is the case summary memorandum from the analyst to the board. Exhibit 2 is the notice of hearing of today's hearing date received by the petitioner. Exhibit 3 is the license and registration history certification for the petitioner. Exhibit 4 is the petitioner's submitted petition for early termination of her probation. Exhibit 5 contains the documentation provided by the petitioner regarding her compliance with probation. Exhibit 6 contains the underlying disciplinary document, which is the accusation. And Exhibit 7 is the stipulated settlement of that accusation. We would like to mark and introduce these at this time.
Ms. Santos, any objection to exhibits 1 through 7?
No objection.
Exhibits 1 through 7 are admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have any additional exhibits or evidence to present and would reserve on questions for the petitioner.
All right, Ms. Santos, if you would please stand. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. Please state and spell your name.
Kelsey Santos, Kelsey, SANTOS.
All right, Ms. Santos, now is your opportunity to provide the board members with any information that you want to share concerning your request for the early termination of your probation. And as you know, after you are done testifying, I will ask Ms. Crawford if she has questions for you, and then I will ask our board members as well.
Thank you. I will keep it brief. I just wanted to thank everyone for their time and consideration. I did not want to come with a written statement today. I wanted to speak from my heart and where I am today. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. I started my recovery efforts before probation began and will continue to do so after probation. I have been sober since May 3rd, 2022, and it has been the biggest blessing in my life. I'm actively involved in Alcoholics Anonymous, and it has been foundational in changing my life, as well as being a social worker and having the privilege to practice under my license again. I work and reside in Sacramento County, so getting to join the workforce again has been a huge blessing and a privilege that I don't take lightly and would like to continue to do so. I am requesting for early termination. I applied for a position at a psychiatric health facility here in Sacramento County. I accepted the position, and it was announced, and then it was revoked, unfortunately, due to my probation and it being a Sacramento County, a county-run facility. Right now, I work at Heritage Oaks Hospital, which is a private mental health facility. So that is an area I still want to pursue to continue to give back to my community, and that is why I am requesting for early termination of probation as I continue my personal and professional growth. Thank you so much. I have no further statement.
All right, Ms. Crawford, and if you have any questions.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Santos, you write in your petition that you had struggled with alcoholism for several years and then eventually led to this drunk driving incident on your 26th birthday when you were arrested. Can you give us a little bit more about the background of your struggles with alcoholism and your journey towards sobriety?
Sure. I have struggled with anxiety since I was a child, but it wasn't something that I knew how to vocalize per se or necessarily ask for help. And it is something, alcohol was something that I found at a young age that finally helped soothe that anxiety and the constant running of my brain. It's something I was dependent on for a long time to help take the edge off and the anxiety. But it is something that ruined my life as well. It ruined my relationships with my family. My parents were the one that called the Rockland Police Department that evening on my birthday. So it was something that needed to change in my life. And it came crumbling down when I got my DUI. And in that year, I lost my job and just continued to spiral. I got sober a little under a year later, May 3rd, 2022. And in that time, my life crumbled down and I contemplating taking my life. But I sought help in 2022 and I knew that it was either I continue drinking or I live and choose recovery and choose a life. And that's what I did. And it's something that gave me a new lease on life, has made me a better person. And I've also learned a lot about myself. I came out as a queer woman, and I think that was something as well that I was suppressing with alcohol. So being able to live as I am, a sober queer woman, is not something I take lightly, and it's something that I'm very proud to be today.
Thank you. With anxiety being such a common feeling in day-to-day life, how have you learned to deal with that emotion that is clearly a large trigger to your alcohol abuse?
Yeah, asking for help and talking about it has been something I've struggled with my entire life. So getting into individual therapy and working with a therapist and getting my voice and being able to vocalize needing support from now my family, my friends, my sponsor, my brother has been huge, as well as meditation and yoga are things I do every week that just help me relax, calm down, and able to cope with the anxiety that I do struggle with continuously, but in a more healthy way.
And how long have you been participating in therapy?
I was in therapy before probation. I started in November of 2022.
Why did you enter probation or why did you enter therapy at that point?
I was just setting the framework for treatment. I had gotten out of an inpatient treatment facility, was setting up therapy, had gotten insurance, so it just took some time, but that was when I finally got all the balls in order to get individual therapy because I knew that was something I needed in addition to the Alcoholics Anonymous meetings that I was already attending.
And how long or are you still in therapy?
Yes.
How often?
It got reduced. It was weekly and then it was biweekly and now it is monthly.
And if probation is terminated, what is your plan with regards to therapy?
I want to continue. I go to in-person therapy and it's something I want to continue doing in person even after probation ends.
So you have a different avenue that you receive your therapeutic services from?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
You said you go to in-person therapy. Is that separate from the probation therapy that you're doing?
No, I'm sorry. Same therapy. My therapist offered to do it telehealth remotely now that we've been meeting with each other for several years. And I said, no, I wanted to keep driving to Elk Grove to meet in person. And she also does neurotherapy, which is something that I also think has been helpful in treating my symptoms.
Okay. How long have you been with this therapist?
2 years.
So you plan to continue seeing this therapist after probation is terminated?
Yes, correct.
And why only once a month?
It was something that we tapered off doing. Weekly was very helpful for a while, and I've just built other natural supports like my sponsor, meeting with my other women in recovery. I wasn't social for a long time, so I've actually started making friends, hanging out with coworkers. So it was something that I branched out into building a natural support network.
And how long have you worked at Heritage Oaks?
2.5 years.
What do you do there?
I am the admission intake supervisor.
Do you provide any therapeutic services or is it an administrative job?
I do brief psychosocial assessment, so individuals come in for a mental health assessment. At that time, we determine if they're eligible for outpatient or inpatient services. If necessary, we can place individuals on a 5150 hold and then admit them to the hospital. So that is what I do, as well as accepting patients from other facilities to our hospital.
And what is your plan if your probation is terminated early?
I would like to continue in my role, as well as I would like to reapply for the Director of Clinical Services at the psychiatric health facility that I was previously offered that position at last year.
That's the position that was withdrawn because of your probation status?
That's correct.
And do you feel that the support system that you mentioned to us for your sobriety, your anxiety, is that the support system that you're going to maintain in place if probation is terminated?
Yes, definitely, as well as my family, which they've been huge in my sobriety and support.
Why do you feel you're ready for early termination at this point?
I feel that I'm ready for early termination because I have continued to do all of the things that I have needed to do. I started doing these steps before I was even put on probation, and it's the momentum I'm going to continue to do. I think that my work has also been recognized. I was promoted to the supervisory position I am in now, so I think that also provided positive feedback in regards to my professional growth and ability to effectively serve those that I'm working with. So I think with those things being said, I am ready for early termination.
When did you get that promotion?
The supervisory role, that was about 1 year ago.
And prior to that, what did you do at the facility?
Intake coordinator, or I'm sorry, intake clinician.
Okay, how is that different from the supervisory role you have?
It's the same position. I'm just now the lead, so I just have more administrative and leadership roles. I'll go to administrative meetings. If there's like a high needs client, I'll step in and support other team members.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
I'm now going to ask our board members if they have any questions, starting to my right with our board chair.
Thank you for being here today and giving us your testimony. We appreciate it.
You could just remember to state your name, please.
Sorry, I'm Chris Jones, LEP member, board chair. So again, thank you for being here. I guess I mean, you kind of answered it with regards to how you manage the triggers when they come up for your anxiety. Can you talk a little bit more about that though? You know, all right, let me back up a little bit. The position that you want at the county facility is clinical supervisor. Okay.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes, sorry, Director of Clinical Services.
Okay. So I'm making an assumption. So I would like some clarification. Is that position a more intensive position than the one that you have now?
Yes.
Okay. So then the probability that there will be additional triggers in place if you were to go back to that position is pretty high. And then you would be without the supports that we have for you on probation. So how would you manage those, you know, potential triggers, new triggers that would come into play with the new position?
Yeah. For a long time, I thought I was above burnout, and it didn't apply to me. I want to be stoic, but I learned that in this line of work, it's a marathon and not a sprint. And in order to serve others, I need to also do what I'm telling other people to do. Ask for help, go to therapy, take care of myself, being able to take that personal time to process my day, go meditate, go to meetings. I write in my journal every day. So for me, I think continuing to do the things I've learned during this probationary time, although not on direct probationary supervision, but continuing to meet with my sponsor every week, go to meetings twice a week, therapy, and holding myself accountable in those aspects and with others, I think will help me and as I continue, and if I am fortunate enough to receive that position again, because yes, it will be more stressful, but I think I now have the tools to be able to cope with that and ask for help when I need assistance or need to process.
Thank you. No further questions.
John Sovek, LMFT. Hello.
Hi.
I just have a quick question about the two programs that you mentioned in here. SIAM and San Jose Psychiatric.
Mhm.
How long were you in each program?
I was in Siam for 30 days and National Psychiatric San Jose for 2 weeks.
Okay. What were the goals of treatment in San Jose?
In San Jose, it was shortly after my DUI, so the goals were stabilization, getting on medication, and working to establish long-term support.
And then when you went into Siam for 30 days, what would you say were your major takeaways from that experience?
That I was in a place that I knew I had a problem with alcohol and I was powerless over it and needed intensive support. And I didn't have that awareness or insight previously.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, continuing, any additional questions from our board members? No, no. And then to my left.
Wendy Strack, public member and board vice chair. Thanks for being here. No, it's hard, not easy to have these conversations, but we appreciate it. I just had a question. If you could clarify your sobriety date, because I feel like I wrote down January of 2022, and then I thought you may have said May of 2022 later. So do you know your sobriety date?
Oh, it's May 3rd, 2022.
And then you mentioned using alcohol to help address your anxiety. So do you feel like you have an adequate treatment plan for your anxiety now in order to prevent a reliance on alcohol for that again?
I think so. I think with continuing to meet with my therapist, as well as I'm under the care of a psychiatrist that is prescribing me medication that I meet with regularly, and with all the other supports that I've mentioned, my sponsor, family, I think those supports that I'll continue utilizing will definitely be helpful and will help me continue to transition and hopefully come off of probation.
And then I just have one last question. So in the event you feel tempted to relapse, sort of what's your plan for an occasion like that?
Sure. I mean, I would be dishonest if those thoughts didn't come, of course, but the immediate, the second those thoughts come, I reach out to someone, which is something that I've learned to do, which is something that directly contradicted how I handled life before. But now when I have those thoughts, the first thing I do is either text my sponsor, call my sponsor, or just meet with someone, go to a meeting. So acting on those thoughts is what I've learned, and it's something that I think I know I will continue to do.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Santos. Your end date for probation is January 4th, 2026, so you have about 7 months left. You mentioned you wanted to apply for the director position at your facility. I imagine they would like to hire a director in the next 7 months. Are they holding that position? By the way, you didn't say yes, so you nodded. So you do need to say yes so that the court reporter can.
I'm sorry, I was nodding in along to you. I'm sorry, I didn't answer yet. I'm sorry.
Sorry. So the question was, I imagine your facility would like to hire a director position in the next 7 months.
Yes, that's correct.
Got it. Are they holding that position open for you?
Unofficially, yes.
Okay, got it.
And if you would just state your name, please.
Kelly Renisinger, Public Board Member, thank you. Your probation started in January 5th, 2023, and are you currently testing 36 times a year?
Yes, I believe so.
Have you ever tested positive or missed a test?
I have missed about 6 tests, but I have never tested positive.
Okay. For every missed test, did you have a verifiable excuse?
I think so. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Okay. When was the last missed test?
These all occurred relatively early into my probation when I was still not familiar with the terms. For example, I checked in one day and I didn't understand that I was supposed to test the same day, so I didn't test until the following day. So it was various errors like that where I communicated directly with my probationer, probation analyst, Sabrina. So
Okay.
I didn't just not test or not check in. It was errors that I was, accountable for.
Sure. So in the last year, have you missed a test?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much. I have no further questions.
Hi, I'm Susan Friedman, public member. Thank you very much for being here. I have no questions.
Hello, Dr. Annette Walker here. I do also appreciate your testimony today and your responses to the other board members' questions. With that said, my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Then I'm checking in with Mr. Huft, who's on our WebEx. Any questions?
Yes, thank you. Justin Huft, LMFT member. Thank you for being here. Can you clarify the timeline of treatment? When were you in these two treatment programs?
Yes, I'm sorry, the dates, my sobriety journey has not been linear, so the dates are a bit all over the place. But I was in National Psychiatric May to June of 2021 and CIAM in October of 2021.
Okay, that's basically what I saw. So help me understand what happens after you leave Siam that causes a sobriety date to be nearly 7 months later.
Yes, I continued to use. I relapsed shortly after leaving the treatment facility. I knew I had a problem, but couldn't yet get myself to admit that I was powerless, continued to drink, and I was involved in a motorcycle accident that was the wake-up call for me. I suffered a traumatic brain injury. It involved alcohol. And when I came home, that occurred in Thailand. When I came home is when I sought help for um, my substance use disorder.
And what has allowed you to stay sober since May of 2022 or what tools have allowed you to stay sober that you didn't have after National and Siam treatment?
Um, a lot of things. Unfortunately, I don't think that DUI was my rock bottom. I think getting into that motorcycle accident where it became literally life or death was unfortunately what I needed, and it gave me the perspective of it really is life or death. And on May 3rd, 2022 is when I decided to live. I knew I couldn't continue to drink and live. So, I think working the steps, admitting I have a problem with alcohol and I'm powerless with my disorder, and this is something I'm going to be tackling and dealing with the rest of my life. So I think having that awareness and insight and accountability is something that I didn't have, but is something that is going to keep me sober.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Santos, for your testimony. No further questions.
All right, any additional question from our board members? No, Ms. Crawford.
I do have
Yes.
one
Oh, yes.
follow-up. So with the motorcycle accident, was there any law enforcement involved?
No, there was not.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Crawford, any additional questions?
And to follow up on Mr. Jones's question, you said that did involve alcohol?
Yes, correct.
So was it just a solo accident that you were involved in?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, if there's nothing further, Ms. Crawford, any closing remarks?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Santos, anything in closing?
No, thank you.
Right, and I neglected to have our court reporter state her name and her CSR number, which I have to do for every transcript. So if she would please do that.
Maria Esquivel Parkinson, CSR number 10621.
Ms. Crawford, matters submitted?
Yes.
Ms. Santos, matters submitted?
Yes.
Right, matters submitted, and the record is closed. We are off the record. All right, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we will break for lunch. Steve, how long? No, how long are we breaking? Half hour? Okay, yeah. All right, 30 minutes. Thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry.
This is the moderator. Want to thank our guests for their patience. We should be resuming shortly. Please bear with us.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are going to continue with our petitioner hearings. Judge, the meeting is yours.
All right, we're going to go on the record in just a moment. Mr. Davis, I want to make sure that you have the exhibits. It looks like you maybe have exhibits in front of you. Have you seen the exhibits that are going to be submitted today?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so in just a moment here, we'll go on the record. I will announce the case, and then I will just confirm that you are aware of the procedures, and then we will go ahead and get started.
Understood.
All right, as soon as our court reporter tells me she is ready. All right, on the record. All right, good afternoon. We are on the record. It is May 8th, 2025, in the matter of the petition for early termination of probation by Christian Davalos. This is case number 2002-02-0001-820. OAH case number 2025-04-0337. This matter is being heard before the Board of Behavioral Sciences, Department of Consumer Affairs, State of California. And previously, the board members have stated their appearance for the record. I do want to make note, though, that Eleanor Uribe, board member, is not present. She has not returned from the break, and so we will proceed without her, and she will not participate in this hearing or the decision-making regarding this hearing. My name is Marcy Larson. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings presiding over the matter this afternoon, and we do have a quorum. If the court reporter would please state her name and CSR number for the record.
Maria Esquivel Parkinson, CSR number 10621.
And would the Deputy Attorney General please state your appearance for the record?
Anahita Crawford, Deputy Attorney General, appearing on behalf of the people of the state of California pursuant to Government Code Section 11522.
All right, and Mr. Davalos, you are representing yourself today, correct?
Correct.
And you understand you could have had an attorney represent you at your own expense,
Yes.
and you're choosing to proceed on your own behalf.
Yes.
You've been sitting in the audience through the previous two hearings, correct?
Correct.
And so you understand the procedures in this matter.
Understood. Yes.
You understand that because you're seeking early termination of your probation, you have the burden of proving that your probation should be terminated early, correct?
Understood. Yes.
All right, then with that, Ms. Crawford, if you would please give the board members a brief overview of the history of discipline in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor. The petitioner was issued a licensed marriage and family therapist license in October of 2012. An accusation was filed in 2018. The circumstances underlying that accusation were that in 2017, petitioner was convicted on his guilty plea of driving under the influence with a blood alcohol content of 0.21% and admitted to the special allegation that he had also suffered a prior alcohol-related conviction in June of 2009. The petitioner entered into a stipulated settlement, which became effective in November of 2018. His license was placed on 5 years of probation, and as part of his probation, petitioner was required to attend a psychological evaluation, weekly psychotherapy, a dependency support program, and substance abuse education. He was required to also abstain from alcohol and controlled substances and submit to biological fluid testing and to pay costs. A petition to revoke probation was filed on February 4th of 2020, which alleged that petitioner was positive in his alcohol test in January of 2020. A decision and order was issued in that matter, effective November 2020, where petitioner received a 2-year extension of probation. The probation is set to terminate on November 1st of 2025, and approximately 6 months remain on his probationary period. The petitioner has been fully compliant with probation since his last positive test in 2020 and is requesting early termination of probation.
All right, if you would please address the exhibits.
I can, Your Honor. The petitioner has reviewed his exhibits on Case Center. Since he doesn't have a copy with him, I'm going to share my screen so he can follow along.
All right, and I just do want to note that Ms. Uribe came back, But Mr. Reeby, since you were not present during the start of the hearing, I did note for the record that you won't be part of this hearing or decision-making. Thank you. All right, please continue.
Exhibit 1. Exhibit 1 is the case summary memorandum from Amanda Cantrell, the probation analyst, to the board members. Exhibit 2 is the notice of hearing for today's hearing date. Exhibit 3 is the license history certification for the petitioner. Exhibit 4 is the petition for early termination of probation filed by the petitioner. Exhibit 5 contains the letters of support that were submitted by the petitioner. Exhibit 6 contains the petitioner's work performance evaluations and emails. Exhibit 7 is a registration from the Commission on Teacher Credentialing of petitioner's credential. Exhibit 8 contains the psychotherapy information sheet along with the release of information. Exhibit 9 is the underlying accusation in this matter, and Exhibit 10 is the stipulated settlement of that accusation. Exhibit 11 contains the petition to revoke probation, which was filed in 2020. Exhibit 12 is the decision and order of that petition to revoke probation. And Exhibit 13 is the decision from the petition for modification filed by the petitioner in 2022. And Your Honor, I would like to mark and introduce these at this time.
All right, Mr. Develos, so you've reviewed the exhibits marked 1 through 13.
Yes, correct.
Any objection?
None.
Exhibits 1 through 13 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I don't have any other exhibits or evidence to present and would reserve on questioning the petitioner.
All right, if you would please rise, I will swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. And please state and spell your name.
Christian Davalos, CHRISTIAN
All right, Mr. Davalos, as I explained previously, this is now your opportunity to provide the board any testimony you want them to consider for purposes of issuing their decision. And as you know, after you are done, Ms. Crawford will have an opportunity to question you, and then the board members will as well. It looks like you might be reading from something, yes?
Yes,
Okay, if you are going to read, just remember to do so slowly
correct, correct.
and maybe get a little bit closer to the microphone.
Okay. Okay, I want to thank the board here for this opportunity to present my material for early termination. I just wanted to go a little over the history of my efforts for her rehabilitation. Since 2020, I have completed the 12-step process. 12-step process, helped me understand some core tenets. One being step 1 led to my spiritual awakening, realizing that I needed to surrender my life over to a higher power. 2 and 3, steps 2 and 3 helped me gain a better understanding of myself.
All right, and you're going to have to speak up and slow down just a bit, please.
Steps 2 and 3 helped me gain a better understanding of myself by having to take a thorough inventory of my resentments, fears, and relationships. Step 4 motivated me to make amends whenever possible to those people that I had hurt because of my drinking. Step 8 helped me to understand and take personal inventory on a daily basis. Step 10 was to become a way of life and help me to increase my conscious contact with God through daily prayer. Step 11, also via step 11, and I also sponsored AA group member through this 12-step process and served as a step guide in my home AA group, which at that time was Bridge Street program. Since then, I have branched out to different AA groups because one of the reservations that the board had at that time for my petition for early termination was that I was too too centered on one group. That it appeared that I relied too much on the structure of the Bridge Street program, which is a more rigorous AA group. You have to go through the book and do the steps with a sponsor in order to be an active member of that group and to address readings from the book. So you're qualified to speak to others who are newcomers who have not gone through the steps. I took the board's recommendation and have branched out to other groups because their fear was that if Bridge Street wasn't available, who else would I go to? I took that into consideration and started going to other meetings. So that I see, obviously there's a big fellowship, and I just wouldn't be tied to this one group that I felt was really good. Let's see here. So I'm going to other groups. They're more open. They don't require you to go through this 12-step process in order to share your stories. And in going to those groups too, they saw where I came from, which is considered like a flagship group in my hometown of Visalia. So going to these other groups, people come up to me and ask, how was that process? They're interested in seeing what that group is all about. So I've actually helped sort of mentor some people there that are curious about taking it to a higher level. So that's been a positive thing in branching out to other AA groups where I get to share what my experience was with the Bridge Street group. On the spiritual front here, I've also started a 12-week freedom group curriculum with a friend of mine out of North Carolina. We meet every Sunday via Zoom to go over this. It's a Christian study, Bible study pretty much, because one of the things that I've really latched onto or grabbed to is this deeper connection with my higher power. And that also just bolsters everything that I've been learning in the 12-step program that I completed through Bridge Street. My spirituality has become a very important facet of this recovery because there's a lot of things that I've learned through this 12-week program that dovetails well with the Bridge Street, just being kinder to yourself, don't judge myself on past events, just keep going forward, and just having a stronger foundation on a daily basis, which goes back to one of the steps is, just consistent prayer, taking stock inventory of your daily interactions with other people. That's your nightly review. Making sure that you make amends with people if you do something that, and just making amends and making sure that you're doing the right thing always, pretty much, if you have a disagreement with somebody, or if maybe I get upset about something with a friend or a colleague, to, make sure to reach out and to rectify those kinds of things, don't let little things become big things. And that's one of the things that I learned in the Bridge Street program is to always make sure that you're following that path. I've also continued to pursue individual therapy, even though that was lifted at the last probation modification. With this therapist that I'm working with, we're doing internal family system work. I found that to be very beneficial. I must say that, comparing it to the other other therapy that I've gone through, like CBT, DBT, that relied heavily on that kind of stuff, solution-focused type deals. IFS has a
And if just a little bit louder.
okay,
Thank you.
so IFS has which is a very interesting treatment modality. It's helped me understand more like the wounded parts of a person, of myself, and how that has led to anxieties, fears, and whatnot, and how managers try to mitigate having your exiles or your wounded parts of yourself get triggered. And when they do get triggered and you're not able to cope with those things, that's when your firefighter steps in. So, my firefighter, his way to resolve this anxiety, depression, or things that I couldn't come to terms with was the use of alcohol. So I think through IFS therapy, it's really helped me um, try to develop my true core self, approach some of these triggers or some of these fears, anxieties with curiosity, and to try to come to the root of where did that stem from? And obviously, some of these things stem from childhood, early adolescent experiences. Um, Myself being a young father at 19, that brought its own shame for me because I came from a family that was very, nuclear family, traditional. That was something that really impacted me. Um, Not meeting expectations of the family, and extended family members of, and doing things the right way. But IFS therapy just continues to help me, I guess, come to terms with a lot of those things from the past and to figure out what those parts need, how to address them, and how to overcome those things so they don't serve as triggers in the future. Okay. So that's been very instrumental. And that's something that I am going to continue to do no matter what, even if released from probation, because I find it very beneficial. That's going to be an ongoing part to my sobriety and then just for self care. Here it says, what have you done to ensure that you're safe to practice as a licensee? As I stated before, I continue to pursue therapy, continue to work on better understanding and resolving anxiety and depression stemming from, past traumas. I sought out a qualified sponsor. Like I said, went through this 12-step program. I also sponsored other people, which I included in the evidence packet. He did write a letter. That individual continues to be sober. He is found a job. He's going back to school, so he's doing very well. So I'm happy about that to contribute to another person's. Also, just continue to focus on strengthening my Christian faith, working with my spiritual mentor on a weekly basis. I continue to execute my duties as a crisis counselor in a safe and responsible manner. I go out of my way for all my clients that are in crisis to ensure that they have the most support and link them to appropriate resources in the community. And as a testament to the work that I'm doing currently in my current job, we have customer satisfaction surveys. And my supervisor in his letter, he did note that I get a lot of positive feedback for the work that I do with children in crisis. Um, Through this long journey, I feel more at ease. I will be honest with that. I feel like through everything that I've gone through, it's given me a deeper understanding of where all this was rooted. Um, it's been very illuminating. It's given me a better understanding of myself and how to heal those parts, which contributed to the anxiety and depression that I was feeling. Um, I'm fortunate to have been given the chance to maintain my license, and that's something that I worked very hard for. Um, and I just hope that everything that I've done here over the last 5 years shows that I'm worthy to hold that license and to be granted early termination. Um, I'm not the best about talking about myself in a positive light. And plus I'm a little nervous, but I continue to be a part of the AA world, and I have cultivated a large support network of people within the group. I have helped people through their relapses. They've reached out to me. And I know that if I were ever in a tight situation where I felt that I would want to use that, I have a large network of people that I can call and draw from. I do have a very large support network of friends. They totally understand where I am coming from and what my past has been. I don't associate with the people in my past when the DUIs occurred. I try to stay surrounded by people that are understanding of me and that are also on a good path. I thank God for my family, my brother, my parents, close friends that I have that are there for support. Um, so whenever if I'm having a difficult day or whatnot, I have a pretty good roster of people that I can contact and discuss what's going on. And in addition to the therapist that I continue to see weekly, and that's something that I'm going to continue to do even post, if granted early termination, is to continue to do the work with IFS because I find it very illuminating. And of course, therapy is not something that's a long-term process. That's a long-term process. It took a lot of years. Um, it took a lot of experiences and years to shape me into engaging in certain behaviors and negative coping skills and whatnot. But that's why I feel that therapy, ongoing therapy, is just something that I want to pursue, just to make sure that I, continue on the right path. And I also continue to believe in the AA support system there, so I'm going to continue with that as well. I just feel that I think after going through this journey, it's my rock bottom was 2020 when I lost my license. That was very difficult for me. I've always excelled in school and doing what I needed to do. I never thought that I would be that person that would be here in front of this board. I never expected that to happen. So I think that was a very, that time in 2020 was an eye-opening experience for me. And that's why I've really committed myself to making sure that that's something that doesn't occur again in the future. But at the same time, I want to give myself grace to understand that people make mistakes and people can't come back from that. That's one of the things that I used to work probation back in the day. My undergrad is in crim. Thought I wanted to pursue a career in law enforcement, but that wasn't for me. Worked juvie detention in Fresno County for 5 years. And it's really changed my perception of what I thought back then of people. Hey, you did something bad. I didn't give people second chances back then. I was more, it's black and white, but that's the world of law enforcement sometimes. Now, having gone through all this, I see that just people have reasons why they engage in behaviors they do, past traumas, things that have gone through that clouds their judgment. And with the proper support, therapy, and guidance, people can make changes. And that's why I'm here before you today, that I feel that I'm in a place that I'm in a good place, and that I've learned a lot, and that I'm going to continue my journey regardless of what happens here today. But I am requesting early termination because I feel like I'm at a spot that I'm okay to just go forward and just continue implementing all the coping skills, bringing to bear all the revelations that I found throughout therapy, um, and just move forward. Not forgetting this, but moving forward with the fact that I've learned a lot through this process. And that's pretty much all that I have.
Right, Ms. Crawford, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Davalos, where are you currently employed?
Uh, Tulare County Office of Education,
I'm sorry, Tulare County?
Tulare.
Tulare.
What do you do there?
I am a mobile crisis response clinician.
And so what does that entail?
So what that entails is that whenever a student or somebody out in the community has been identified as having suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, or is experiencing some sort of psychotic break, I am called. I'm one of 4 people on the mobile crisis team, and we respond and we have to evaluate the situation to determine whether or not to place these individuals on a psychiatric hold if they're a danger to themselves, danger to others, or they're gravely disabled.
How long have you been with the mobile crisis response team?
This year is going to be my 3rd year there.
Have you held the same position the entire 3 years?
That is correct.
You also mentioned that you're still going to therapy, even though that requirement was lifted at the last petition hearing.
Correct.
Are you going to the same therapist?
Yes.
And why is it that you've chosen to continue going to therapy?
I just feel that that's something that we could all benefit from, just to continue to explore and to, explore my past and to, continue to building the coping skills and just continue to work on, anxiety issues or whatnot, confidence issues, because I was, okay. I was the first in my family to go to school. I was the first in my family to go to school, and I didn't speak English. I was born here in Los Angeles, California. And so growing up, I always felt less than, being a Spanish speaker, having to pick up the language. I know that's one of my childhood wounds that I discovered through IFS that contributed to maybe not feeling as confident in my skills, even though my work performance shows otherwise. But that's just something that I've always struggled with. And I think that IFS just continues to help me process that and come to terms with that and to eventually just let that go and know that that is something that just contributed to my anxiety and contributed to the depression and to the drinking later on in life. But just discovering some of these things as a child, early adolescence has just helped me better understand why some of these anxieties and depression, some of this depression, where it stemmed from. So I just find it very illuminating. Like I said, CBT, DBT, sometimes they don't go in as deep as other treatment modalities. IFS, that's just been something that I've really liked. I really like the work that I'm doing there with my therapist.
So, and I need to clarify something. I thought you said you're with the same therapist that you had during probation.
Uh, um, No, okay, so this has been somebody that I've been working with. Okay, so then the prior one, let me get my timeline straight.
Okay.
I've been working with her for the past year or two, I believe, because there was another. Okay, so I did have another therapist previously. That was under when I petitioned for modification, where we felt we had met our goals. That was primarily more CBT solution focused, but I felt like I still needed to continue, so I sought a different person. Does that answer the question?
Yes.
Okay, so I sought a different person because I felt like there was still something missing there. So I felt like I wanted to dive deeper into some of these things, and then this is when I found somebody that did IFS.
What is IFS?
Internal family systems. And the reason I came across this is because one of my fellow colleagues from another agency was doing her work and she told me about IFS and it sounded incredible. And I decided to continue with this person to kind of just continue the work.
So what about IFS was appealing to you? What was it described as?
Well, IFS, that takes you back into figuring out, your wounded aspects of your person. It could be you as a child growing up, which was for me like having to learn English, being made fun of when I was a little kid because I couldn't speak the language. In adolescence, I was just more into school as opposed to my other core group of friends who were interested in other things. So maybe I could say I was a little nerd. So, I wasn't as popular as the other kids there. And then, having a child at 19, that was another pivotal experience in my life that kind of just affected me. Um, so IFS has helped me really touch on those core issues or those wounded parts of me and to how to bring it forth, how to have compassion toward those parts of me and figure out, you know, how can I show up for those parts so they don't trigger me in the future? And, how those things lead to anxiety about certain things or fear of the future or just depression because I feel like I failed somehow. A shame, embarrassment, and whatnot.
When was the last time that you used any illegal substances or alcohol?
Uh, that was the night in question that led to in 2019 New Year's when I was on vacation in Playa del Carmen. That's when that incident occurred.
And the last time you petitioned, you mentioned that you were pursuing a global master of social work program.
Correct. I was going to jump over to the MSW side. There's just, I was trying to pursue my MSW because there's just, where I live, there's more job options. There's more employment opportunities with an MSW. MFT degree tends to be a little bit more focused on psychotherapy. So say if you want to work, you know, at a hospital as a medical social worker, they will not hire an MFT. Even though we have the same skill sets and in the end we can do the same work. And actually that's where I was working at before I lost my license was suspended. I was working at a hospital for 10 years as a medical social worker and I really enjoyed that work. It was very fulfilling. But I was grandfathered in as an MFT and when my license was suspended I had to resign and I could not reapply because I did not have an MSW, but I did all the work. It's like I said, it's not so much the degree, but the capacity of the individual executing the job duties.
And so have you continued to pursue that program?
No, that just became a little too difficult because at the agency that I was working at, the volume of paperwork, working for a community mental health agency, a lot of assessments. I would take a lot of work home, do a lot of notes. I would spend time on the weekends. That's just the nature of community mental health. So I was not able to balance the workload, and also do my work effectively to pursue that MSW.
You did pursue a credential and were granted a pupil personnel services credential.
Correct. No, that is something that I attained. I attained my PPS credential, focus in school counseling while I was at Fresno State. I included that because in order to renew that, I had to show what, whenever you renew your license, of course, they ask you, have you ever been arrested or have you had a misdemeanor or have you been sanctioned with any other license? So I had to, of course, be honest. I presented all the material that I needed and I went through a similar board through the PPS credential program and they reviewed all my stuff and they let me, my PPS credential was reinstated through the state, through the teacher credentialing program or the CTC.
And in what way does that credential integrate into your practice, if at all?
Okay, so the PPS credential does give me some latitude in order to pursue other career avenues, like a school social worker, school counselor. So that gives me, I got that degree, I got that credential knowing that it's just better to have more options.
Do you intend to pursue other options work-wise when you're off probation?
Yes, I do. It is my hope to be able to land or to secure a job within the school district, as a school social worker or counselor in the future. I, it's just that it's a little difficult right now being on probation, being on active probation. Sometimes that's, as one of the other petitioners also stated, it it's not a very positive thing to be on when an employer is looking at that if you're on active probation. So hopefully when this is finished, I do plan to apply to different school systems.
How are your circumstances today different than 2 years ago when you were petitioning for early termination?
I think the circumstances that are different today from then is just as time has passed and with the ongoing therapy and then just better understanding of myself, I just feel more confident in my abilities. I just feel there's less pressure on myself. I don't dwell on the past as much or don't dwell on the mistakes that I've made on the past. I think it's just made me a more well-rounded individual at this point. I continue to incorporate all the tenets that I've learned in the AA program. I think it's brought me closer to my faith, and that's another huge foundation for my continued sobriety. So I just think it's a continued evolution of myself as a person over the 2 years. You can't be stagnant. You just want to continue to evolve as a person.
And if probation is terminated early, what services do you plan to continue on with?
Like I stated, I want to continue with my current therapist and continuing to do IFS work. Um, that's something that I am fully committed to. Currently, I'm seeing her once a week. I am going to probably continue that frequency at the same rate. I'm going to continue to attend the various AA groups that I do attend. So those are the two things that I'm going to, those are the two major things that I'm going to continue to do.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
I'm now going to ask our board members if they have any questions for you, starting to my right with our board chair.
Chris Jones,
Thank you.
LEP member and board chair. I don't have questions quite yet, so I may come back.
Okay.
All right, continuing to my right, any additional questions? Anyone on my right? No? All right, to my left then, any questions?
Wendy Strack, Public Member Board Vice Chair. I just have one question. Do I have it right that you mentioned your sobriety date was New Year's of 2019,
No, that would be January 2nd, 2020.
of 2020?
Correct. The incident
Okay,
occurred
'cause
New
you
Year's,
had a-
January. Sorry.
Let me see if I can find it in there. You had a positive alcohol test in January,
Correct.
so your sobriety date is after that.
Well, the incident occurred after New Year's, so that was January 1st.
Okay,
Okay. And then it takes a while for the testing to come back, correct? But then January 2nd, that's what I consider January 2nd is my sobriety date because I have not consumed or any alcohol since then. That's my sobriety date.
all right, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Davalos, Board Member Kelly Renisinger. Other than the positive alcohol test on January 16th, 2020, have you ever missed a test?
Not to my recollection.
Okay.
And it was on January 1st.
January
Yes,
1st.
not the 16th, correct.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Mhm.
Continuing.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Huff, who's been on WebEx, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. All right, if there's no questions, Ms. Crawford, anything further?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Any closing remarks?
No.
Mr. Davalos, any closing remarks?
No, that's it.
Matters submitted, Ms. Crawford?
Yes.
Matters submitted, Mr. Davalos? Yes? Yes?
Yes, yes.
Matters submitted and the record is closed. We are off the record. All right, thank you. You are free to go.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a quick 10-minute break and then we'll go to our final petitioner. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are prepared to hear our final petitioner case of the day. Judge, the meeting is yours.
All right, thank you. Before we go on the record, Mr. Johnson, I confirmed before we got started that you have the exhibits with you, yes? And I saw that you uploaded an additional exhibit, yes? Okay, good. So we'll go on the record for in just a moment. I will announce the case and then I will just confirm that you have been sitting through these hearings. And so I'm sure you're quite familiar with the procedure by now. Okay. All right. As soon as our court reporter tells me she's ready, I'm getting a yes. All right. On the record. We are on the record. It is May 8th, 2025. It's 1:19 p.m. We're here in the matter of the petition for early termination of probation of Scott Johnson. This is case number 2002-01-7000391. OAH case number 2025-040-351. This matter is being heard before the Board of Behavioral Sciences, Department of Consumer Affairs, State of California. Previously, the board members had stated their appearance for the record, and we do have a quorum. As I mentioned, my name is Marcy Larson. I'm an administrative law judge with the Office of Administrative Hearings, presiding over the matter this afternoon. I'm now going to ask our court reporter to please state her name and her CSR number.
Maria Esquivel Parkinson, CSR number 10621.
And if the Deputy Attorney General would please state your appearance for the record.
Anahita Crawford, Deputy Attorney General, appearing on behalf of the people of the state of California pursuant to Government Code Section 11522.
And Mr. Johnson, you are representing yourself this afternoon? All right, and I don't think the microphone is on.
How about now?
It's working now. Oh,
That is correct.
okay. And you can just go ahead and leave it on. Good. You understand that you could have had an attorney represent you at your own expense?
Yes, I do. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here.
Yeah, you're good. Yep, I can hear you now. And you're choosing to represent yourself, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So before we went on the record, I confirmed you have been sitting in the audience through the 3 previous petition hearings, correct?
That's correct.
You understand the rules and how things will proceed.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
You understand that because you're petitioning and seeking early termination of your probation, that you have the burden of proving to the board your probation should be terminated early. You understand this?
Yes, I do.
All right. I also confirmed off the record that you have access to the exhibits, and there was an additional exhibit that you uploaded that I will address as well.
Yes.
All right. With that, Ms. Crawford, if you would please give the board a brief overview of the history of discipline in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor. A statement of issues was filed on August 15th of 2012, which denied petitioner's application for registration as an associate marriage and family therapist. On October 13th of 2013, pursuant to a decision after non-adoption, the petitioner was issued an associate marriage and family therapist registration, which was placed on probation for 5 years. The basis for the probation was that petitioner had been convicted of driving without a license in 2006 and a wet reckless in 2010 with a blood alcohol content of 0.20. In April of 2017, the board filed a petition to revoke probation based on petitioner failing to practice his profession for 3 years or maintaining a valid registration. Effective September 2018, a new stipulation was signed which superseded the prior action and placed petitioner on probation again for another 5 years, with terms including requiring petitioner to undergo a psych eval. The petitioner's psychological evaluation found him to be unfit to practice at that time, and the board ordered petitioner to cease practice immediately, effective December of 2018. As a result of the finding, the board filed a petition to revoke probation, which was filed in February of 2019 and denied effective December of 2019. Petitioner then told his probation for 4 years until he secured employment in 2022. Therefore, his probation is due to terminate on September 5th of 2027. Since being placed on probation in 2013, petitioner has served approximately 22.5 years of probation while employed, and another 2.5 years remain of his probationary period. Petitioner is requesting early termination of his probation. He was ordered to comply with mental health evaluation, psychotherapy, supervised practice, and education courses, and he is fully compliant with his probation terms.
All right, if you would please address the exhibits.
Yes, Exhibit 1 is the case summary prepared by probation analyst Craig Zimmerman to the board regarding the petitioner's background. Exhibit 2 is a certificate of license history for the petitioner. Exhibit 3 is the notice of hearing for today's hearing date. Exhibit 4 is the petition for early termination of probation filed by the petitioner. Exhibit 5 contains the documents filed by the petitioner in support of his petition for early termination. Exhibit 6 contains the psychotherapy information sheet and release of information. Exhibit 7 is the supervised practice information sheet and release of information. Exhibit 8 is the underlying disciplinary document, which is the statement of issues and the decision after non-adoption. Exhibit 9 is the petition to revoke probation and decision, which became effective in 2019. And Exhibit 10 is the first amended petition to revoke probation and stipulated settlement, which was effective in 2018. We would like to mark and introduce these exhibits at this time.
Mr. Johnson, have you reviewed the documents that make up exhibits 1 through 10?
Yes, I have.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
Exhibits 1 through 10 are admitted. And then, Ms. Crawford, I'm going to go ahead and address Exhibit A, which are the additional letters that Mr. Johnson uploaded. Did you have an opportunity to look at those?
I have, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
All right, Exhibit A is admitted.
I have no other evidence to present at this time, Your Honor, and would just reserve on questioning the petitioner.
All right, Mr. Johnson, I'm now going to swear you in. If you would please stand. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. And please state and spell your name.
Scott Johnson, SCOTTJOHNSON.
All right, Mr. Johnson, now is your opportunity to address the board, to provide any testimony that you wish to. And if you're going to read from something, just remember to do so slowly.
Thank you. I do have a few notes here. I don't plan to read them verbatim, but just to help me remember to stay on track. Good afternoon, Judge Larson and members of the board. I'm grateful for this opportunity to be here today. I want to also acknowledge and thank my husband, John, for sitting here with me today. It's been a long journey. You know, the legal documents submitted into evidence don't really demonstrate the length of the process that I have been involved in with the board. My license was originally disciplined with the board in 2013. I originally applied for what was then called an intern registration number in the fall of 2009 when I finished my master's degree in marriage and family therapy. At that time, I failed to disclose driving with an out-of-state license. I was not driving with a no license, but I had a Utah state license. But the arresting officer was very cruel and
stole my license, mailed it to the Utah DMV where they destroyed it. So then I had no license until I got a California state license. But nevertheless, the conviction stuck. At any rate, I failed to disclose that on my intern application at that time. While the board was reviewing that and wondering about those failures to appear and the driving without a license conviction that I'd failed to disclose, I was convicted or arrested and later convicted for driving under the influence of alcohol. And in my fear and poor judgment at that time, I tried to minimize the charge. So I was ultimately convicted of a reckless driving charge and not a full-blown DUI, thinking that I could protect my licensing pathway. But because of the blood alcohol content, which was nearly 3 times the legal limit, the board frowned upon my reckless driving charge and denied my intern application and later put me on a first 5-year term of probation. So I started that in October of 2013, and my sobriety date is October 10, 2013. I started off at a pretty good pace, fully compliant with all the terms and conditions of my probation. However, in February of 2014, I underwent my first of 3 psychological evaluations. And that first psychological evaluation found me to be dangerous to practice. I was not told at that time what the diagnosis was. It was kind of a bait and switch modality the board was using at that time. Probationees were not allowed to know what they were being treated for. But a term of that diagnosis was to be treated in weekly psychotherapy for a minimum of 2 years, and then to be evaluated again to see if I was cured of my problem. But again, I didn't know what the problem was. So I continued to go to weekly therapy and be fully sober and compliant with the terms and conditions of my probation. However, my treating therapist suffered a very serious stroke and nearly lethal heart attack 1 year into that 2-year period and almost died. So then I found myself without a therapist to complete the second required year before being reevaluated again. I had left my job seeing clients at that time before receiving the poor diagnosis. So that was kind of fortuitous. I was finishing my doctoral studies at Loma Linda University, completing a longitudinal research study. And therefore, I didn't have insurance and I didn't have a lot of cash coming in. So finding a therapist to replace my ailing one was nearly impossible. So my probation analyst at that time, Julie McAuliffe, sent me a letter in March of 2015 stating she was going to violate my probation and potentially revoke the first 5-year term if I didn't comply with this therapy piece, so we could have me reevaluated again. And despite several attempts on my part, I think I talked to 7 or 8 therapists at that time, none of whom would do it pro bono, and none of whom wanted to take on that liability of the reports to the board and et cetera, without any reimbursement. So, but I was in constant contact with Julie. However, then there came this 18-month pause where I didn't hear from the board or my analyst at all. Suddenly, in the fall of 2016, I received a letter from an analyst whom I never had any communication from, Flora Lopez, who informed me that she'd already referred my file to the Office of the Attorney General to revoke my first 5-year term. And I had never been given an opportunity to be evaluated again to see if I was fit to practice. I wasn't able to practice. My probation should have been told, meaning frozen. So when the board revoked my probation for non-practice for 3 years, it was very disappointing because I couldn't practice because of this negative psych eval result, nor was I given the chance to be evaluated again. So after hiring an attorney and working with the board, they agreed to allow to give me a new probation term, as has been stated today, a new 5-year term, and I was evaluated afresh. However, as has been stated this afternoon, that evaluation result was again very poor. But then I was evaluated a third time, which was not mentioned today, and the third evaluator went ahead and debunked the first 2 psychological evaluations and gave me a clean bill of mental health. His name was Dr. Garman. And that's why I'm here today. And that's why I've been able to practice the last 2 years and 7 months at my current employ. So when we say I've been on probation for 2.5 years, in my mind, it's been 11 years. I've been sober for over 11 years and 7 months since my sobriety date of 10/10/2013. I've never had a relapse. I've never had another DUI or any kind of legal infraction, barring a seatbelt ticket or a cell phone while driving ticket. I've striven to develop myself clinically. I went on to finish my PhD in marriage and family therapy at Loma Linda, successfully defending my doctoral dissertation in November of 2017 while on probation. My dissertation study was focused on the substance abuse treatment experience of men who have sex with men. While seeing clients before that negative first psychological evaluation, part of my job was working with men in a substance abuse rehab facility. And so many of the men I worked with in therapy shared with me that while under the influence of substances or in order to obtain their substance of choice, they would participate in sexual activities with other men. But because of the homophobic milieu in the treatment facility itself and in the California State Correctional Facility Program, they weren't able to get help for their issues because they would be branded as less than, they would be victimized, sexually assaulted in custody, which is rampant today, unfortunately. So my study, the findings were significant that if treatment staff, therapists, drug and alcohol counselors, other participants in treatment were more accepting and more open-minded towards all kinds of experiences involving substance abuse, people are more likely to stay sober in the long run. Sorry, I didn't mean to go down that rabbit hole with the psychological evaluations, but prior to the evaluation, I had worked clinically since 2001 in a variety of clinical settings. So from 2001 until 2014, no clinical supervisor, no employer, no client had ever filed a complaint against me with the board. No one at Loma Linda University on the master's or doctoral levels had ever had any concerns about my fitness for practice. My evaluations as a student were high. And then suddenly, this psychologist who never even met me in person, I did an MMPI-2, sight unseen. She analyzes the data with the bubble sheet according to my responses, and suddenly I'm dangerous to practice. I can't understand what went wrong there. I never met the woman. I don't even know what she looks like. I just know her name from 2014. So it's been a long road. At any rate, I'd like to focus on the positive things that have come out of my sobriety. I've worked very hard to put some of these defaming experiences to the side and to focus on what is really important, which is truly my sobriety today. Um, I grew up in the LDS church, so alcohol is verboten. So I didn't start consuming alcohol till I was in my 30s, which many of my friends today laugh and think I'm joking, but it's true. Mormons do not drink alcohol. Mormons do not drink coffee. Mormons do not drink tea. Mormons don't smoke pot. You know, we don't do any of that stuff. So when I was in my 30s, I started to try alcohol for the first time. And around 2006-ish is when I was starting to try alcohol. So I didn't know my limits. I didn't know how it could affect me. And that's unfortunately when I incurred this reckless driving charge in 2010. I know it sounds naive. I know it sounds stupid. However, I also know that my use of alcohol was simply a symptom of the turmoil that I was going through as an adult at that time in my life. As I just stated, I was raised in the LDS Church. The LDS Church also has very strict views on homosexuals and homosexuality. You cannot be an open and authentic gay person and be actively involved and accepted in the Mormon Church. So I couldn't be who I am today and be a member of that religious group. And it was very dear to me. I attended Brigham Young University for my undergraduate. I served an LDS mission in Norway for 2 years, and I loved it. And I thought I would marry a woman and have a big Mormon family. Not the polygamous kind, but the regular kind. And but as you can see today, my spouse is not a woman, and so far we do not have any children. But the fat lady hasn't sung yet on that possibility. But at any rate, so my alcohol use at that time in my 30s was a symptom of what I was going through in my life. I was struggling to accept myself, who I was. It was kind of an identity crisis. And alcohol helped me numb out the pain, helped me numb those voices, those condemning voices inside that made me not like myself. And looking back, I think if anything on those psychological evaluations, the first two, my contempt and my anger and my rage shone through on those assessments that those two first psychologists did with me, because I was very angry. I was angry at myself. I was angry at the world. I was angry at my family for rejecting me and my former church for rejecting me because of who I was, because I'd given so much of my life and so much of my service and my money to that organization. And it's still, I believe to this day, a wonderful organization. If you are straight and if you have a little bit of money, it's great for you. But if you're gay or have gay kids, it'll be problematic. So that was one of the roots of my alcohol abuse during those years. So I'm grateful that I did get that DUI in 2013, or excuse me, 2010. And I'm grateful that I didn't hurt anyone with my car. And I'm grateful for the chance that this whole probation episode, the last 11 years, has given me to do a lot of soul searching. The terms and conditions of my probation have been very helpful. I have worked with several wonderful therapists over these last 11 years. My current therapist, we've been together since 2018. She started working with me towards the end of my first 5-year probation term. And then we picked up again recently these last 2.5 years. And we meet each other every week. And she's been so helpful and just absolutely wonderful, calling me out on things that she can see that I don't see. And you know, it's been shared earlier today with one of the other probationees. Every good therapist should have a good therapist. And I can see how my personal work on myself helps me with the people I work with on a daily basis at the clinic. Anyway, maybe I'm rambling, but I've done a lot over this last decade. I've been involved in Alcoholics Anonymous very much. I've served as treasurer of my local AA meeting, secretary of my local AA meeting, and my little recovering Mormon self was actually the coffee maker in my local AA meeting. I go 4 or 5 times a week, including a Saturday big book study. And I brought my big book with me today. It's kind of a visual aid. I joined a choir in Redlands, California, the Community Chorus of Redlands. I love to sing, and we do a lot of volunteer concerts, free concerts throughout the year. One of the letters of support in the exhibit I submitted was from a member of the choir. And my husband and I also belong to a wonderful church that accepts all people, not just the straights, not just the white, but all people. And we've been members there for about 15 years and very involved with our church community. As far as making sure that I'm safe to practice as a licensee or associate, I try my very best to educate any client that I come in contact with regarding the dangers of substance use or abuse. Even if they're just vaping or smoking cigarettes. I work with a lot of adolescents who vape, and I talk with them about the potential dangers of starting out with that practice. And I have a framed copy of the Serenity Prayer on my office wall, which is a wonderful conversational piece. And I'm not afraid to share about my own recovery when it's appropriate. My husband and I also love to travel. We love to camp, hike. Recently, we were up in Yosemite National Park. So communing with nature and with God and the animals is a big part of my recovery. Just trying to stay connected with our higher power and the beautiful creation that surrounds us here in California. Anyway, I'm embarrassed to say I've probably derailed myself a bit, but during those periods of tolling, when I wasn't able to practice safely, I sought out employment opportunities that allowed me to serve in the communities in which we lived. For example, I worked in the special education department for San Bernardino Unified School District. I deal with a mild form of cerebral palsy myself, and so I wanted to give back to special education students on the high school level. And it was so wonderful to see how they would just light up to see, well, if Mr. Johnson can do this and he's finishing his doctorate, I can definitely finish my high school diploma, for example. And then after working at the school, I went on to work with CPS, working with parents and families to reunify after having their children removed because of drug and alcohol-related offenses. And so I have a lot of compassion for my probation analysts with the board, because I have been doing with CPS what they do for us, monitoring the drug testing, the therapy, the classes, all that same stuff, all the terms and conditions. That's what we make parents do to get their kids back here in California for a lot shorter time, by the way, and a lot less money too. It's funny, they can get their kids back for a bargain. Anyway, and then now at Renewing Hope Family Counseling Center for the last 2 years and 7 months, I do therapy with children, couples, individuals, adolescents, and families, teaching them how to deal with anxiety, depression, LGBTQIA+ issues, all kinds of things. And it's been such a joy to return to the therapist chair after such a long time away. But even during those years when I wasn't allowed to practice, I never lost my passion for this work. And I hope to continue doing it in whatever capacity I'm allowed for as long as I live. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Crawford, any questions?
Yes. In your initial period of probation, there was a petition to revoke because you hadn't worked in 3 years. Was that, well, what was the basis for you not working for those 3 years?
Well, I had that psychological evaluation in February of 2014, and I was found to be unsafe to practice.
Okay.
So they said I had to do 2 years of therapy, and then they were going to evaluate me again. But I did 1 year, and then my therapist had that life-threatening health episode. So I wasn't able to finish the second year because I wasn't able to practice and I wasn't working, seeing clients. I didn't have any income or insurance coverage. So finding a therapist who was willing to do the second year before the needed evaluation to be cleared just didn't work out.
So it took 3 years to eventually get you cleared to work again?
No, they revoked my probation before I fought it with an attorney to get back on track.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they revoked it. I didn't hear from the board in 18 months, and they revoked without even communicating with me.
And then when your probation was, or when your license was put on probation again, kind of anew, it was told for 4 years, from 2018 to 2022.
Well, I participated in a second psychological evaluation to make sure I was okay. And again, that evaluation came back very negatively. So at that time, I had another administrative hearing in San Diego in 2019. And that's where that order comes from, to deny the second petition to revoke. And then I participated in a third psychological evaluation that cleared me from the first two.
So in 2019, in that second petition to revoke probation, the order was that you could continue to work while on probation.
No, I had to do the third one and be cleared first.
Okay.
And then I had my CPS job. So even though I was cleared in 2019, I stayed with CPS for a while and then found this job where I currently work.
And when was the third evaluation?
Let me find it in my email. I'm sorry. Didn't bring a copy with me.
Mr. Johnson, so if you say anything out loud, our court reporter has to take it down. So you have to say it in the microphone. Otherwise, you can just not say it out loud.
I'm sorry. I was just going to check my email to see if I can find the date of the third psychological evaluation.
Do you remember the year?
I think it was in 2019, a year after the 2018 evaluation.
Okay.
And then I stayed with CPS until 2022, and then I started working clinically again. But that was my choice to stay told until 2022, just because I was enjoying the work with children and family services.
And you didn't need any kind of licensure or registration for that job?
No, I was simply a social services practitioner, they call it.
And you said you believe the third evaluation in 2019 did clear you to be able to return to work as a therapist?
Yes, he clearly took the first two and debunks them both bit by bit. Kind of explains why they came to the conclusions they came to, and then comes to his own conclusion at the end.
And what was the name of that?
Dr. Garman?
Garman? Okay. And you stated that you chose to extend your tolling status because you were enjoying the work you were doing with CPS. Okay, so
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
in 2022, what happened that caused you to want to return to practice and lift your tolling status?
My probation analyst was encouraging me to return to clinical practice to avoid further issues with my probation, because I'd been told on off and on for a while. So he was encouraging me to move forward with my probation term.
Did you say you are still with CPS?
No, I currently work with a private practice for therapy.
Is that some place you want to stay?
Yes,
So you do want to pursue a more clinical practice?
yes,
And you're still seeing a therapist once a week?
yes, I am.
What are the issues that you've been able to address that have helped you move forward?
For me, taking responsibility for my actions, particularly past mistakes. I was raised in a family where perfectionism was kind of accentuated. So when we made mistakes growing up, it was easy to kind of place blame on other people or place blame on the situation. So as you can imagine, when I first got placed on probation, I had a tendency in the early stages of probation to blame law enforcement, the board, everyone but myself. So taking responsibility for my choices, my mistakes, my actions, my part in things is one of the things. Also becoming more self-aware of who I really am versus who others want me to be. I'm kind of a people pleaser. So we've been working on becoming more authentic and living a more authentic life.
And with regards to your supervised practice, can you tell us about incidents where you found that supervision particularly helpful to your practice?
Yes, I've had a wonderful clinical supervisor at my current employ. Um, she doesn't mess around. She's very direct. Um, she calls me kind of the big teddy bear of the clinic because I think she thinks I'm a little too soft on some of our clients. She's a little bit more able to call people out and to pull their covers. So she does that with me when I'm trying to minimize or avoid conflictual things or trying to be too soft about my cases. She'll be like, Scott, we need to do this, we need to do that. And she kind of holds me accountable to those decisions.
So have you stated you've been on probation a lengthy period of time, over a decade. There's been really only 2.5 years of that probation period where you've been employed and actively participating in your probation terms. So why do you believe that you are ready to terminate early in light of the fact that you've only recently had the opportunity to participate in your probation?
That's a good question. Thank you for asking. Because even though I've only been working clinically on probation for maybe a total of 3 years or so, because I was working clinically when I first got on probation in 2013 until May of 2014. So almost a first year there too, before being pronounced dangerous to practice. I've had to do the body fluid testing off and on during periods where I wasn't told. I've remained sober the entire time. I've been doing quarterly reports. I've submitted 42 quarterly reports to the board over the last 11 years. I haven't broken any laws other than the fix-it tickets I mentioned. I've been fully compliant in every way, barring the clinical practice piece because of the difficulty I had being cleared to practice with the psychological evaluations. but I have been actively employed in the human services vein.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, I'm now going to ask our board members if they have any questions, starting to my right with our board chair.
I'm Chris Jones, LEP member and board chair. Thank you for being here and for giving us your testimony. I did want to explore a little bit more comment that you made, and I appreciate that you brought it up about taking responsibility, because there is a lot of documentation here about how the issues that you were going through were the responsibility of other people. And I'm hearing that you're acknowledging that you've learned through therapy how to take responsibility. Can you say a little bit more about that and what was the turning point, and how does that both inform your current practice and help to make you safe to practice with your clients?
Sure, thank you. That's a good question. I think when I was younger, I was just kind of fixated on this idea that I needed to be a perfect person. And today, I no longer maintain that belief. I find beauty in my imperfection, and I know that I'm acceptable with all my flaws. And so, as someone who accepts themselves for who they are genuinely and completely, it's much easier to take responsibility when you do wrong. One of the 12 steps is to, when you do wrong, promptly admit it. So working the 12 steps in Alcoholics Anonymous has really been a part of this process as well, helping me to recognize those instances in my daily life where I do wrong, where I think things wrong, and, having the opportunity to admit it and to make amends and make things right. So now clinically, when I encounter a client who, much like how I used to be, is kind of consumed with this idea of maybe themselves or their spouse has to be perfect in order for them to be happy, I encourage them to, give themselves grace and to accept themselves where they are, and to experience what that feels like, give themselves permission to be human, as I've done myself. And, especially in couples therapy, giving your partner permission to be human does wonders for your marital satisfaction scores. Things tend to go way up when you begin to see your partner as just a person with flaws and idiosyncrasies and problems, just like you. And you no longer have to be this knight in shining armor, nor she or he an angelic, person making a perfect dinner when you come home at night. But no, it's been very profound. Accepting myself for who I am has brought me immense freedom and power. Being free from playing the blame game and playing that victim role is very, it's liberating. Showing up here to a hearing with my husband at a time when, the LGBT community is being kind of marginalized again, it feels good. It feels good. And I'm proud to be who I am today. When this first started, I probably would have shown up at an event like this alone and not even mentioned my spouse. So working with my therapist on accepting responsibility for my part in why my life is the way it is today has really been healing, and I encourage my clients to do the same, and other people in AA as well.
Thank you. And how, just the last part of my question, how does that equate to you being safe to practice, independently without probation.
Thank you. Well, if I'm able to take responsibility for my mistakes, I'm less likely to make them, if that makes sense. So if I'm no longer trying to hide what I'm doing or trying to cover up my transgressions, kind of what you see is what you get. And if I'm living more truly to myself, I will be a more law-abiding, rule-keeping, ethical clinician in the field of marriage and family therapy. I think I was before, but I derailed myself as I became confused about my identity and who I wanted to be and who I was. I allowed those confusing years to kind of get me off the path.
Thank you. I appreciate your responses. No further questions.
Continuing to my right.
John Sovak, LMFT. Thank you so much for being here today and sharing your experience with us. Before I ask my questions, Your Honor, I actually have some guidance questions from you. Since we're talking about psych evals, we have limited information in our packets about the psych evals. And in fact, the Garmin eval is not mentioned at all any place in our packet. And I want some guidance on what kind of questions I can ask in an open room, in an open hearing.
So the issue with regards to the evaluation is relevant to the extent that it relates to the whether or not he's safe to practice. And so I guess we'll have to take it question by question to see how far you need to go to get what you need. I always like to think of it like this. Do I need to know the answer to this question in order to make a decision in this case? So if you ask yourself that question, then that helps you determine whether or not it's in fact relevant and a necessary question.
Perfect. Then yes, I have a couple of questions. I'll ask them slowly. So if you need to cut in and cut me off, please feel free to
I
do so.
appreciate that, yes. And I also want to remind Mr. Johnson that he can object to any question that's asked. So if you have an objection to a question, I'll find out why you're objecting, and then I'll make a decision on whether or not you need to answer the question. All right?
Okay.
So you've reported to us about the report, the psych eval from Dr. Garmin. We don't have any information in our packets about that particular report. So I was curious about who initiated that eval.
I think it was me when I appeared before the administrative law judge in 2019. I represented myself, and I had the opportunity to cross-examine the former psychological evaluator in the administrative law room. And in her write-up about my mental fitness to practice, she praised me quite generously about the kind of therapist she thought I was and the kind of person she thought I was. So her diagnosis, the dangerous one, did not match the description of me as a clinician and me as a person. So then the judge's suggestion was, well, why don't we have you do another one and see what comes of it? And I agreed. I think something like that went down. But it may have been ordered, it may have been part of the new 5-year term that I undergo a fresh one. To be honest, today I'm a little foggy. It may have just been part of the regular 5 years that I was granted. So rather than continuing my existing 5-year term, which had been revoked, I think he just issued a new 5-year term with all the same terms and conditions as before. I think that's more correct, if that makes sense. Because the original 5-year term,
My brain is trying to process.
the original 5-year term included a psychological evaluation. And so the new 5-year term also included one.
So in the pursuit of this case, there have been a total of 3 psychological evaluations?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So there's an initial evaluation which had concerns about the ability to practice. And then there was a second evaluation which also had concerns about ability to practice.
Those first 2 came back with the exact same diagnoses each time.
And then you intimated in some of your testimony um, in the previous cases that you felt there might have been some type of collusion or conversation between those 2 evaluators?
Well, each time, as I understand it, each time you are asked by the board to give an evaluation, you are sent the previous evaluator's evaluation. So it's not objective, meaning the evaluator has access to the previous evaluation about the subject.
And you had even mentioned in previous testimony that they were across the hall from each other and you felt that they had talked to each other. That's
Yeah.
your opinion.
I felt that day when I met with the second person that yes, they had talked, but I don't have any proof of that. That was my feeling. Because it was such a similar result each time.
Okay. What do you think, in your experience of doing testing with Dr. Garman, allowed him to see a different aspect of you than these 2 other evaluations?
Well, for one, he had me come to his office on 3 different occasions, and he administered a wider range of testing techniques. We did the Rorschach test. We did I don't know if the Rorschach and the ink blot are the same, but we did a wide variety and an oral interview, 3 different visits. And then he had me do some online multiple choice assessments that were different from what the first 2 evaluators had used. Because I told him what my concerns were. But beyond that, I don't know. The first 2 evaluators were female. I never met the first one, so I don't know her age or appearance. But the second one was a young woman, younger than myself. And then Dr. Garman was an older man, older than myself. I don't know if that plays a role. Maybe he was more experienced.
Do you believe that there was any growth or change in yourself between those evaluations that may have given him a different experience of you?
Actually, yes, John, I think that's a good point to make. After having the opportunity to cross-examine Dr. Mesereau in the administrative hearing, I did have a sense of peace and satisfaction. I think I went into the 3rd evaluation with a more positive, hopeful mindset, and I was able to, as has been spoken of already today, take more responsibility for my actions. Also keeping in mind, by this point, it had been almost a decade since my DUI versus the first psych eval was only a year or just a few months after my first probation term had begun. So I was very angry and resentful for that first one. Whereas with Dr. Garman, 9 years had passed. But that might have, yeah, I think I was more mature, more able to take responsibility for my part in things, for sure.
And then one kind of last, it may be 1, it may be 2 questions, kind of switching gears here a second. In looking at your letters from the people who are supporting you, they're all very glowing. And the most recent ones are more like letter of reference energy. They don't necessarily cue up that it's about this particular case. And I'm just curious, what did you ask them to write a letter to represent you for?
Can you tell me which ones in particular?
Now you have to give me a moment.
Okay.
So if we look at Sherry Lynn Malote, this is a very glowing letter of reference from October 7th, 2024. It talks about high sense of value and faith, competent therapist, but it doesn't actually do any context to saying, I'm aware of the board's disciplinary actions and I want to respond to that, which we often look for in these types of letters. So I'm curious, what did you ask them to write for you?
Well, most of them, that's a good question. Most of them, including Sherry, my coworker, she's well aware. She's licensed by the same board as I am. We work together every day. She's well aware of the ups and downs of my situation. She knows when I have to test for the board. I don't know why she chose not to address it in her letter. But those other letters from people from AA or church, they're a little bit less aware of the whole situation. I don't often share in an AA meeting all the details of my saga, mostly because there's many people sharing at an AA meeting and I don't want to take up the entire meeting. Does that answer your question? Kind of?
Ish.
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, Sherry and my employer, Cassandra, they are well aware, and they're both licensed MFTs with the same BBS.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Right, continuing to my right with any additional questions?
Hi, thank you for being here today. This
You
is
could
Abigail.
Go ahead.
This is Abigail Ortega, LCSW member. I just had it's a little bit of a broad question, but I guess why do you believe you're ready and safe, right, to return to full practice? And I guess what would you say to anyone who's like uncertain about that?
Could you repeat the second part
Yeah,
of the?
like what would you say to someone who maybe is uncertain, right? Because you've done 2 years of the probation.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Well, I think that's a good question. Thank you. I can see why the board would be concerned seeing my term as only a 2.5 year completion. But from my family's perspective and my personal perspective, it's been 11 hard years of being on probation. My therapist license on the BBS website has been on probation for 11 years since my intern registration number was issued in October of 2013. So it has impacted employment opportunities, my professional reputation, my ability to get licensed fully. You know, most of my colleagues from graduate school have been long licensed. So even though it's only been 2.5 years of this new 5-year term, I still lived through the first 5 years and all the backs and forwards of that first 5 years, and I've never relapsed. Or in my mind, it's been a decade or more. So in that time, just because I wasn't seeing clients, I was working with families, parents, children, and never had a complaint, never had any issues. And so if I could be a CPS child abuse investigator or a CPS case carrying social worker successfully, why can't I be a therapist, which is what I did from 2001 till 2014 before my negative psych eval result came back. And never had a complaint with the board prior to that psychological evaluation. So I'm eager to continue doing good in the communities that I work in.
Thank you.
You're welcome. John, did you have a question? No?
Right. Continuing to, yes.
Okay. This is Eleanor Uribe. Okay. So if you could like rewind your life and then you were to go back to the initial incident when, I guess, I don't know if you were arrested. And so if you were the therapist and at that point, what would you have done the same or different? In a sense, what would be like a treatment plan you would have given for yourself that you think would have been helpful?
Well, that particular night in March of 2010, when I chose to drive home under the influence of alcohol, um, I would have called my roommate to come and pick me up from the karaoke place where I was, or I would have called a taxi. This was in the days before Uber and Lyft. So I would have called a taxi or simply gotten a ride from my roommate. I wouldn't have chosen to drive.
So I'm actually saying after that happened. So say you couldn't have prevented any of that, and say you had been the client coming in for therapy. What do you think would have been a good plan to help you get back on track, given everything you were feeling, or do you feel like you needed the time? So what if you were the treating therapist? What would have been a good plan for yourself?
I see. I'm sorry, I misunderstood before. I think I would have encouraged myself to work on accepting my sexual identity and work on decreasing self-destructive behaviors that I was engaging in. I would encourage myself as a client not to abuse alcohol, not to push family and friends away because they were still active members of the LDS Church, but rather try to stay connected to those good friends and family members and try to maintain those relationships instead of isolating and pulling away, kind of self-destructing. I would have encouraged myself at that point to begin attending Alcoholics Anonymous and plugging into the wonderful community of friends that I have today at an earlier stage. I think a lot of my victimizing and blaming behavior could have been avoided had I had the spiritual awakening of the 12 steps, a few years before I did.
Thank you for answering that. And last one is there any of the 12 steps that you really, that you resonate towards?
Yes, thank you for asking that question. At the beginning of every AA meeting that I go to a meeting in Hemet called the Attitude Adjustment Meeting at 7 a.m., Monday through Sunday. It's every day, 7 days a week. And I try to go at least 5 times a week. But we offer what is called the 7th step prayer, that is based on the 3rd step. And it goes like this: God, I offer myself to thee to build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. Amen. And then in answer to your question, Ms. Uribe, the 3rd step goes like this. We made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him. So as you're working the 12 steps, I think this one is critical because it kind of shifts your focus from yourself, from all the self-centeredness, self-pity, the victimizing, playing the victim, and shifting it outward towards others. You know, you're turning your will and your life over to the care of God, and you're seeking to do His will. And then kind of a runner-up favorite step to that one is the 12th step that says, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we try to carry this message to alcoholics and to practice these principles in all our affairs. And that's what I try to do today, in whether it's school district, CPS, therapy, church, choir. I try to be an example of service and compassion to everyone that I come in contact with.
Okay, thank you for answering.
All right, and then to my left.
Wendy Strack, Board Vice Chair, Public Member. I just have one question. So your DUI was in 2010, but your sobriety date is in 2013. It kind of seems to correspond to probation beginning with BBS. Was that the impetus for your sobriety, or were there other driving factors when you, from that October 2013 date?
Unfortunately, yes, I would say that the BBS probation was kind of one of the heaviest factors contributing to my desire to get sober, completely sober. I guess I was kind of delusionally thinking that since I had been convicted of a reckless driving charge, that the board would somehow not come down on me as heavy-handed as they chose to do. And I know that looking back now, that was ridiculous of me to think that way. But I was just kind of hoping beyond hope. And I think the board was waiting until my conviction was finalized, and that didn't happen until 2012, I think, which also contributed to my delay. But I'll tell you, if I knew then what I know now, I wouldn't have postponed. I didn't recognize in those days what a dangerous position I was in with alcohol at that point in my life. As I said before, I hadn't started drinking until my early 30s, and so I just didn't understand how dangerous it could be. I never thought that I would ever have a DUI, which sounds so stupid to say aloud, but it's true. You know, you're raised in a alcohol-free zone, you know, in the state of Utah, and you just don't think that will ever happen to you, but it can, and it does to many thousands of people actually, but not in my family, you know, and I'm the only one in my family so far. Knock on wood, but yeah, unfortunately, it was the board's decision that encouraged me to make that decision for myself. But I am grateful that I did. I am eternally grateful, and my life is so wonderful today. Even if my therapy career were to fall apart tomorrow, I'm going to be sober for the rest of my life, without question.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Any questions from Mr. Huft?
Yes, thank you. Justin Huft, LMF team member.
Yeah, I was, our board chair just asked us to take you out of order because you have a time constraint. So any questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here, Dr. Johnson. I just want to make sure I'm getting the order right. You saw Dr. Harrell in roughly 2014, and then Mesereau in 2018-ish. And then when did you see Garmin?
To 2019.
2019. Okay. And some there was some notable difference in growth between 2018 and 2019 that resulted in part in a different diagnosis.
Yes.
Okay. You have been at your family counseling center since roughly 2022. As an AMFT, you're tracking your hours. Roughly how many supervised clinical hours do you have? Very roughly.
I've submitted my hours for licensure. I'm waiting to hear back from the board on a test date currently.
Great. Roughly how many supervised clinical hours do you have?
I think when I turned in my packet several months ago, I was about 3,500 hours.
3,500 hours total or supervised clinical?
Supervised clinical hours, yes, sorry. And then before that, before my first probation term, I had accrued over 4,000 supervised clinical hours that were not submitted before my DUI.
Okay.
And that was my own fault.
Okay. Excellent. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, continuing to my left with any additional questions?
Board member Kelly Runnisinger, public member. Dr. Johnson, you stated in your original statement, I'm quoting here, the arresting officer was very cruel and stole my license. At the time the officer took your license, was it suspended or revoked?
No, it was current. It was simply an out-of-state license.
And you also stated in February of 2014, you underwent the first of 3 psychological evaluations. The first one found you dangerous to practice. And then you used the term kind of a bait and switch modality. Why did you say that?
Yeah, maybe that was a little bit harsh, but I found it very hard at that time to go to weekly therapy, to work with my therapist on a dangerous diagnosis that made me unfit to practice without knowing what we were working on. He was not allowed to tell me what the diagnosis was that I had been given.
Let me stop you there because I'm a little confused, because when you were speaking to board member Sovek and answering his questions, you said both of the psychological evaluations came back with the same diagnosis. So which 2 diagnoses were you talking about?
That's a good question. I'm sorry, it is confusing. So in 2014, when I received that first diagnosis from Dr. Harrell, I did not know what her clinical conclusions were. However, fast forward to the administrative law hearing in 2019, counsel for the board, because I was representing myself, sent me the materials they had gathered for the hearing. And in their materials, they included segments from both Dr. Harrell's evaluation of me and Dr. Mesereau's evaluation of me. That was the first time that I had been given any information about either diagnoses. And so that's what I used for my cross-examination of Dr. Mesereau, but I have never seen the complete evaluations. That's why I say it was kind of a bait and switch modality, because I've never been given either of those first two write-ups. I've only ever been sent Dr. Garman's complete evaluation.
You said that the 3rd evaluation, quote, debunked the first 2 evaluations. Why exactly do you use the term debunked?
Well, because that's exactly what he did. He took Dr. Harrell's evaluation and he goes through several paragraphs saying, Dr. Harrell used this tool, and this is why she came to the conclusion she did based upon my experience of Dr. Johnson. But my findings find this, this, and this, which contradict her findings in this and this and this way. And he did the same thing with Dr. Mesereau's evaluation, kind of a side-by-side, play-by-play, step-by-step.
And you're currently seeing Ms. Shockey Pope, and she gives you clean bill in that she's recommending termination of probation.
Yes.
Okay. And this is my last question. I want to read you a line from the 2013 Statement of Issues after a decision of non-adoption. This was about 12 years ago. It's on page A48. It states, respondent repeatedly demonstrates a troubling pattern of blaming others for the results of his own actions. Do you believe you've addressed this problem of holding yourself accountable for your own actions?
Yes, I do. That statement was part of the information I was given in my 2019 hearing prep. And it was very troubling to see what Dr. Mesereau had written about me. And that's also been a matter of public record on the BBS website since that time. And some of my clients had actually read those words and brought them to my attention in session as well. So yes, I do genuinely believe that in therapy and with my sponsor from Alcoholics Anonymous and in my marriage with my husband and with our pastor, I have striven to improve my ability to be responsible for the wrongs that I commit and the mistakes I made and continue to make. I'm a much more responsible, happy person today than I was during those interviews.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Good afternoon, Susan Freeman, public member. Thank you so much for being here. I just have one quick question, sort of following up on that. Your whole journey sounds to me like the journey to maturity, and that you started out as a very immature person, and today you come to us as the mature person. But going back to those days when you were blaming other people and giving excuses and everything, that kind of relates to what you told you learned in your family, which was to always blame others for mistakes or something that you did wrong. Is that correct? And is that completely gone from your present day work that you're doing?
I think that is only partially correct, Susan. My parents are wonderful people. They brought 7 of us into the world. I am number 6 of the 7. But I think due to a combination of factors, my cerebral palsy being one, and being the youngest of 5 brothers being maybe another thing, I found myself trying to maybe overcompensate for areas of my life in which I didn't excel. I've never been good at sports, for example. I'm not a good runner, I'm not at all athletic. And so somewhere along the line, I began to feel like I wasn't good enough. So in order to maintain the status quo and kind of keep up with my siblings, I just felt the need to kind of sugarcoat things. And then that became, as I started realizing I was gay and that wasn't appropriate in my former religion, you can't just be, it's hard to be something that's not acceptable in that community. So
The question is whether or not you've been able to absolutely get rid of that part of your personality and realize that it was part of your personality and you don't want it there anymore.
yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I thought I missed the moment earlier. Okay, thank you for being here today, Mr. Johnson. I just want to bring us back to the present, okay? If possible, if we do look back, let's just go back 2.5 years. of the probation that you've completed, okay? Because the ultimate outcome here is consumer protection, okay? So I'm trying to get in a place in my mind where I can deliberate with my board and discuss whether you're safe to practice, okay? So if I can just pull my question together, maybe one question with 3 different parts. And just directly, I'm going to ask you, do you deem yourself safe to practice today?
Yes, I do.
And why would you say that? Just looking back no further than the 2.5 years that you've completed so far, the terms of your probation.
Because I make every effort to be ethical, to make informed decisions in the care of my clients, to follow the guidance and direction of my clinical supervisors, and to do no harm to the adults and children in my care.
What parts of the past 2.5 years, based on what you just said, that you feel deem you safe to practice, what part of the process have you most benefited from within those terms? How did you get to make that statement? What brought you there?
I think participating in group supervision each week with my colleagues and my clinical supervisor, consulting on cases, learning from others' case presentations, participating in continuing education units in the maintenance of my AMFT license. We are constantly looking for new ways to help our clientele. Right now, we utilize something called the QB test to assess for ADHD and impulsivity, which has been wonderful. It's a tool developed in Sweden. It's just been a wonderful, wonderful 2.5 years.
I'm going to pick up on that and then get to the end of my question. And I appreciate that you just said that, because in my notes, I made a point to note how you said where you are today in your life. Happily married, you're in a church, a welcoming, supportive environment that you believe accepts you for who you are today. That's what we're dealing with today. And that you enjoy singing and traveling and hiking and getting back to nature and things like that. I think it's very important that I see that full picture of you today, okay? So now moving forward, 2.5 years remaining on your probation. What is it in the process that no longer serves you, or do you feel that you would not continue to benefit from if you're, you understand? Okay.
That's an interesting way to phrase the question. All of the terms and conditions have been beneficial. The college coursework, I really enjoyed doing those as a middle-aged man with these young college kids, for example. And I have loved my therapist. She stood by me during the tail end of the first 5 years, and here we are again, 2.5 years into the second 5 years. I love her, and I admire her work ethic very much. Even the random body fluid testing is helpful because it keeps me accountable and it keeps me desirous of remaining sober. I wish it was more affordable. I do spend about $200 a month on testing supplies alone. But it's worth it, it's worth it to demonstrate my sobriety. But, it's not about being free of the probation. It's just about having that status updated so that I'm eligible for different kinds of opportunities as a middle-aged clinician. I've kind of been in a associate mode for too long, and I want to go on and get licensed and move forward with my career.
Thank you for fully answering my questions. I have no further.
Just checking in one more time, and there's no additional questions. Mr. Huft, any additional questions?
No, thank you.
All right, Ms. Crawford, anything further?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Any closing remarks?
No.
Is the matter submitted?
Yes.
Anything in closing, Mr. Johnson?
I just want to say thank you to all of you. I know I'm the last one today. Thank you for being here today and for being a part of my hearing.
Matter submitted for the board's consideration?
Yes.
All right, matter submitted, and the record is closed. We are off the record. All right, thank you. You are free to go.
All right, thank you. We will take a 10-minute break to clear the room and move into closed session.
Justin, if you're able to hang out with me for just a moment, this is David, the moderator. All right, Caesar, our stream should be live now.
All right, welcome back. Oh, where did John go? Oh, he's over on the other side. He's just in the wrong seat. He's in the room. All right, so our next agenda item is the election of the board chairperson and vice chairperson. We are going to hand over this part of the agenda to Sabina Knight, our legal counsel, and Steve Sodergren, our executive director.
Yeah, and Sabina will definitely kind of handle the actual voting procedure. I was just going to be up here just to explain a little bit about, I mean, it's not really answering your questions, but just the basics where every year we do have to vote on a chair and vice chair. And this newly elected individual will hold their position until the next round of elections, which will occur in May 2026. And the primary goal is for the board chair and vice chair to execute the board's mission. And to achieve this, you, the board's chair, vice chair, collaborate closely with me and staff to make sure that we are moving forward on our goals and mission. And some of the duties that the chairperson include definitely regular meetings and communication with the board executive officer, myself, and also chairing and facilitating board meetings. Usually the chair is also included in the policy and advocacy committee meetings. So they usually facilitate those meetings. The other great thing that hopefully the new chairperson will like is composing messages for the board's newsletter, the quarter newsletter, or any other thing they want to actually, compose, and they can give to us. So also, they're in charge of assigning board members to various committees and making appointments to the committee chair, making appointments of the committee chairs, and acting as the official spokesperson for the board. So it can be, and that's like a very important part of it. You're front and center within this kind of this forum here, and so you will be at times answering kind of for the board, either here or if we have some sort of issues come up, you would help address those. So, and a time constraint, I mean, the time involvement, you have to review the agendas coming up for the board meetings, consult about board meeting agendas and maybe what we want to put on that, and work with the board to work with the staff to coordinate things. So it can be, and I don't know, Chris, would you like to add anything about commitment, time commitment?
The time commitment's a little bit more than what we do here when we come to the meetings. I think the extra work, I meet with Steve every other week I mean, it depends, up to an hour just to get the insight as to what is going on behind the scenes of the board and things that are coming up in the future and that we need to start focusing on, projects that are going on. It's more informative than anything. The every other week was my choice because I wanted to be active. Recently, I had to come up here to testify for our sunset hearing, which was great. You're more involved in the sunset review process. You're more involved in the strategic planning. You're more involved in some of the other, not disciplinary things, but like the projects that are coming up. They want your eyes on it and your opinion about kind of where it should move forward, things like that. So I would say that it's it's not a substantial time commitment, but it's definitely more intensive. And then you chair all the meetings and try to herd all of my board members into the same place at the same time. Some of us are harder to keep in. Oh, sorry, did I say that out loud? Kidding. It's actually, I found it to be a very good experience. But that's because I'm a nerd and like to understand how things work. So it was, and I felt a need, not a need, but I felt a drive to serve. So that was my motivation other than to do it, but I found it to be very fulfilling experience. And that I think that especially with this board, I think in the last couple of years with me sitting here, that this board has done a tremendous amount of very positive work. I like the fact that we've added I'm going to get it wrong, Annette's committee, the
Outreach and Education.
Outreach and Education Committee, how they've morphed the Workforce Committee. Steve has done a really good job of trying to streamline a lot of the processes that we have in place. So it's just kind of keeping your hand in all of the different little things that are going on, the details that people don't see, stuff that's happening behind the scenes. So there you go.
Any questions about the duties or roles or anything like that before we move forward?
How about the vice chair?
You have duties for that?
Well, historically, it's the vice chair will help in basically, in case the chairperson is vacant or not present, the vice chair will take over any of those duties that are aforementioned. And also, I mean, honestly, we've been really just communication between the chairperson and myself, but I think moving forward, maybe kind of a new step is really involving the vice chair a little bit more too now, as we move forward. So they will be more involved, and I think definitely making those decisions. So it's really a backup and a support in case needed.
And every quarter too, there's a chair, DCA chair meeting that you sit in with all of the different chairs from all the different boards to kind of get DCA updates and hear what other people are doing on their boards. So that's always super interesting. I know it's terrible. So yeah, it's interesting to see how all the different boards work and their kind of philosophies on things.
And then I guess just as my experience as vice chair, I've had the occasion to back up Chris when he hasn't been able to attend meetings and run the meetings. I have been attending all of the board chair trainings that are offered by DCS. and have been able to work closely with Steve on any questions that we have. I've been chair of the now Workforce Development Committee meeting for quite some time, and even before when it was licensing. So I've had the pleasure of becoming a part of that committee, but also overseeing a lot of the changes in direction that take what the conversations that we have at the board level and really work with Steve and the staff and the committee members to implement those. And I think we've seen a lot of changes and a lot of progress on the workforce development space and streamlining licensing while still protecting consumers. And so I've been proud to be a part of that. I'm also a member of the Policy and Advocacy Committee meeting, which is a lot of where my own personal and professional experience lies. And so I have really enjoyed being a part of that and helping to drive the policy that supports the great work that we do. So the vice chair, always depending on chairs and stuff, I think has a variety of roles. But I've been happy to work with Chris and support Chris in his efforts. I would agree with Steve and his comments that perhaps going forward, integrating the vice chair a little bit more, and some of those things kind of maybe even as it gets closer to a potential transition time. So I'll take any questions.
Any other questions about duties or responsibilities? Sunset's one of the huge ones for the chair, huge, because I'm sure it's very stressful having to go out and up in front of legislature and answer those questions, and you're in the hot seat and responsible for the board, basically. Yeah. So think on your feet, and so that's a hard part of the job. Okay. Any other questions before we get started? No? Okay, so we're going to do it in order of chairperson, and then we'll do vice chairperson. We'll take nominations for chairperson, and just like any other motion, you need a nomination and a second, and then we'll double check to see if there are any additional nominations, and if that other nomination also gets a second, and then we'll take each of them and vote, and we'll do a vote on each. If say you have three, right? And so we'll take them each in turn in the order. Okay. All right, so we'll open the floor for any nominations for chairperson.
I would like to, I've really enjoyed being the board president for the last couple of years. But I believe that in order to build capacity, you can't have the same person sitting in the chair forever. So I would like to nominate our vice chair, Wendy Strack, as the new chair for the board.
You accept? Okay. I need a second.
I'll second.
All right, that's first. Do we have any additional nominations? Okay, seeing none, would you like to make a statement before we go out for public comment? Okay. Do we have any, no public comment in the room on this motion? Can we check with the online audience?
We have one maybe. We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button. You'll have 2 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a 15-second warning before your time expires. Seeing no request, would you like to continue with the motion?
Thank you so much. So we have a motion and a second. We have a nomination and a second for Wendy for chairperson of the board for this new year. Any additional comments or discussion before we do a vote? Okay. Christina?
Yes.
Dr. Annette Walker,
Yes.
Susan Friedman,
Yes.
Kelly Ronasinghe,
Yes.
Wendy Strack,
Yes.
Chris Jones,
Yes.
John Sovek,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
Eleanor Uribe,
Yes.
and the nomination, congratulations. You're the chair.
All right, congratulations. Do you want to say anything now?
Wait till the chairperson.
Just, I appreciate the confidence and support of such an amazing board. It's just a privilege and an honor to work alongside all of you as we look to better the delivery and services of our industry. So I just appreciate it. Thank you and look forward to continuing all the great work we're doing.
Excellent. Okay, so the last item for today's agenda before we recess until tomorrow is nominations for vice chair. So same thing, we're going to take nominations in a second and then make sure they accept. And then we'll gather up our nominations and then we will do our vote. Do we have any nominations for vice chair?
Kelly,
I'd like to
Rosen.
nominate, oops, we have hands up. John Sovak.
All third.
Sabina, I would like to respectfully decline the nomination.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm sure he appreciates the thought.
Can we nominate people who aren't here?
Correct. You can.
Oh, you can't?
You can.
I nominate Nick Boyd.
Okay, I have confirmed that he would accept that nomination should he have been here.
Second.
How'd you confirm that so quick?
Well, ahead of time. I'm really good at this.
ESP.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other nominations for vice chair?
I'd like to nominate Dr. Annette Walker.
And I respectfully decline, but thank you.
We're trying to get back at her.
I would like to nominate Kelly Ranasini.
Thank you, Board Member Uribe. I respectfully decline.
By you. No, you nominate yourself. Any others?
And you can nominate yourself.
You
if
can
you're not
nominate
hearing
yourself.
your voice being thrown in the ring. You can.
You can, Chris. No.
Sabina, Justin Huff. I'd like to nominate Justin Huff for vice chair.
I do not have that information.
Oh. Okay. In that case, I will withdraw my nomination.
Yeah, I don't know. Anybody else? Okay, we have a motion and a second for Nick Boyd for vice chair. Can we, no public comment in the room? Do we have any public comment online for this motion?
We are open for public comment via WebEx on the vice chair nomination. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment.
Tap that hand, but
Seeing no request, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, please. Any other further discussion or additional nominations before we try this vote? No?
Okay, here's a vote. Dr. Annette Walker. Susan Friedman.
Yes.
Kelly Ranasinghe.
Yes.
Wendy Strack.
Yes.
Chris Jones.
Yes.
John Sovek.
yes.
Abigail Ortega.
Yes.
Eleanor Uribe.
Yes.
Motion, congratulations, Nick. If you're listening, you're the vice chair.
Okay, and with that, we will recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m., correct? All right, we'll see you guys, everyone tomorrow at 9 a.m. Have a great evening. Thank you.